Every champion was once unknown. Every legend started in a room like yours. All this while we watched the world rise. Now it's time for the world to see us rise. The world's biggest stage is calling, and for the first time, India has a way in. Now we rise as one.
वेलकम एवरीवन टू इंडिया राइजिंग एंड आज शुरुआत होती है एक बहुत ही सुंदर जर्नी की और वो खत्म होगी सीधा जाके EWC में। वेलकम वेदांत भाई, मेरे प्रिय दोस्तों कमेंटेटर भाई। मतलब एक और बड़ा कदम, वन स्मॉल स्टेप फॉर मैन एंड वन ह्यूज स्टेप फॉर EWC भाई।
What a event, what a moment. भाई मैं तो super excited हूँ. Who is going to take the one spot to the EWC? Now we have the qualifiers for tomorrow's playoff. क्या लगता है साहिल भाई, who is going to take it?
Oof, भाई very tough to say man, very tough to say. I can see the tournament building up, player by player add होते जा रहे हैं because this is for Indian title players. भाई भरते ही जा रहे हैं सिर्फ। मतलब if you are a aspiring player, I think this is going to be a great tournament to follow because आपको stars battle करते हुए देखेंगे. We know Arjun is going to play. We can already see Ronak. I can see Srinath as well. भाई ओह Indian सारे youngsters के coach खुद आके अब बच्चों को सिखाएंगे भाई ऐसे खेलते हैं chess.
I think today it's going to be a day full of surprises. There's someone we have not looked at before. He's going to take the spot. Srinath bhai bhi aa chuke hain. We have Arjun, we have Nihal, we have Arvind who has already qualified. Vidit also playing. I mean, क्या एक सुपर ग्रैंड मास्टर टूर्नामेंट से कम है ये?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं। एंड आई थिंक चैट इज सेइंग सम एको इश्यूज, वुड लव टू फिक्स दैट, विल फिक्स फॉर यू चैट। हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब चेक करेंगे बहुत बहुत जल्दी उसको। एंड चैट do check on that, but meanwhile जब तक के लिए हम वो भी फिक्स करते हैं, I think this is the perfect moment to check out the format. क्या है India Rising? What is India Rising for Vedant bhai? I think this is an important moment. Let's have the event explainer and आपको एक जर्नी पे लेके चलेंगे हम चैट कि किस चीज के लिए हम लोग फाइट कर रहे हैं। दिस इज द रोड टू EWC। गोल है, एक स्पॉट है EWC का जो इंडिया राइजिंग के थ्रू टॉप प्लेयर्स को मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा। एज यू कैन सी वी आर चेसकॉम कोलैबोरेटिंग विद इंडिया राइजिंग एंड जियो ब्लास्ट टू ब्रिंग यू दिस अमेजिंग इवेंट। एंड ऑफ कोर्स प्राइज मनी तगड़ा है, स्टेक्स तगड़े हैं, इसका मतलब सारे इंडियन टॉप प्लेयर्स भी फाइटिंग इट आउट। व्हाट्स दिस टूर्नामेंट एग्जैक्टली मनीष भाई वही बता रहे हैं। इफ यू मूव टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, वही हमारा मेन गोल है एंड दैट इज टू हाईलाइट द स्टेक्स ऑफ दिस बिग इवेंट। आपको दिख रहा है ग्राफिक पे। सो वी हैव इंडिया राइजिंग, वी हैड एन bunch of open qualifiers. अब हमारा आज होगा इंडियन क्वालिफायर एंड टाइटल क्वालिफायर। इंडियन क्वालिफायर इज ओपन टू ऑल इंडियन टाइटल प्लेयर्स एंड टॉप 4 जाएंगे क्लोज्ड प्लेऑफ्स में जो होंगे कल। सो टॉप 4 आना है, टॉप 4 इज द गोल। मन में बिठा लो और दिल में भी टॉप 4 आना है एंड एट द एंड एक बंदा जाएगा सीधा EWC में। इट्स गोना बी एक्साइटिंग वेदांत भाई, बहुत मजा आएगा।
बहुत मजा आएगा साहिल भाई। आई एम वेरी 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 एक्साइटेड। जीतेगा एक ही आदमी, पर कौन जीतेगा वी डोंट नो इट।
थोड़ा सेंटर हो। Yep, it's gonna be fun if you can go to the next slide and chat. क्या लग रहा है, एक बंदे का नाम बताओ। Who do you think according to you is the favorite in this 10+0 time control? 10+0 time control chat, very crucial. सहज भाई भी आएंगे बहुत जल्दी भाई, मे बी in 2 days from now. And meanwhile आपको दिख रहा है ओपन क्वालिफायर हुआ आज, क्लोज क्वालिफायर होंगे एंड लैंड फाइनल्स बाय द वे जो होंगे 4th of July को। That's gonna happen in Mumbai, जहां पे टॉप 2 फाइनलिस्ट बैटल करेंगे फॉर दैट EWC स्पॉट। Arvind is qualified, yes, but you know what? Arvind is qualified. I think Nihal is as well. But वो लोग तब भी फाइट करने के लिए आने वाले हैं because प्राइज फंड भी बहुत तगड़ा है जो आपको भी दिखाएंगे। And of course यार, we are inspired from Fabiano Caruana. कैंडिडेट्स के 4 तरीके थे क्वालिफाई करने के, चारों से क्वालिफाई करो तो हम चारों के थ्रू क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं भाई। What's the harm in that भाई? Indeed, if you move to the next slide.
साहिल भाई इतने पैसे का करेंगे क्या चेस प्लेयर्स?
भाई I think they could fund their next crazy transformational journey. For example, अपने आप को next level तक लेके जाने का भाई, as we know chess is quite expensive but the prize monies are awesome. And हमारे सामने again दिख रहा है वो top 4 I'm going to hammer that point down again and again. Top 4 में आ जाना है. That is super, super crucial. And then those players come back tomorrow to fight it out to reach the finals. And I think मुझे आपसे पूछना पड़ेगा भाई, फाइनल्स के लिए टॉप 2 बेट्स क्या लग रहा है आपको, कौन हो सकता है?
I think my bet is Nihal Sarin and Arjun Eragasi. ये खेलेंगे फाइनल्स.
चैट आपसे पूछना पड़ेगा, व्हाट डू यू थिंक हैपेंस, टॉप 2 कौन पहुंचेगा? एज वी मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, एक बार चेक करते हैं. एंड ऑफ कोर्स मेरे हिसाब से not everybody might be fighting for that spot, because as we know, couple of Indians have already qualified, and there we see it. By the way, जो seeding होगी, so we'll have Indian qualifiers happening right now, then we have title qualifiers जो सारे title players के लिए across the globe open है, and वो होगा 8:30 बजे आज. तो यू कैन सी कि काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है, आपस में भी खेलना पड़ सकता है, बहुत मजा आएगा वेदांत भाई. आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी इंडिया वर्सेस द वर्ल्ड टू सम रिस्पेक्ट्स. या
The world. Sahil, I have a question. If you qualify in the first one, will you play in the second event or not?
Ooh, that's a good question. You know, it's like वो होता है ना, like with the Magnus Carlsen playing the World Cup. Like, although I am the world champion, I can still kind of play and have fun. Who knows? I would say maybe they could also take some rest, right? Because I think kal bhi important match hoga. So I think depends on how much stamina they have. That's going to be very, very crucial. And let's see what happens. And there it is, 23rd, 24th is the EWC qualifier, and of course other games as well जो simultaneously चलेंगी, and finals होंगे मुंबई में. Chat, anybody in Mumbai can definitely join us there. बड़ा मजा आएगा देखने में. And as we predicted, I think India के top stars वहाँ पे action में हमें देखने को मिलेंगे. So it's going to be exciting. And I can see, by the way, a lot of predictions in the chat. यार बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं अर्जुन 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 अर्जुन, like lot of people backing Arjun here. वेदांत भाई, मेरी choice के साथ बहुत लोग हैं.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है अर्जुन को निहाल रोकेगा इस बारी.
भाई, you know, हम अर्जुन बोल रहे हैं. I can also see Vidit Gujarati already joined the event. Let's not discount Vidit, because जब भी वो comeback करते हैं, धमाकेदार comeback करते हैं, and if we can have the prize pool, it's not just the EWC spot, it is the huge prize pool. You know, 10 lakh rupees first prize. वेदांत भाई आप कमेंट्री कर लो, मैं ऐसा खेलने जा रहा हूँ भाई, मेरा मूड चेंज हो गया है.
पहले क्यों नहीं बताया कि 10 लाख प्राइस था, मैं भी खेल रहा था.
Insane prize pool, by the way. And of course that means it also means कि, you know, we're going to see fighting chess till the very end. First और second place में 4 लाख का difference है. So it's not like even if you qualify with the second place, you know, or whatever it is, you're still going to fight in the final game. बिल्कुल exciting chess हमें देखने को मिलेगा. So this is amazing. Chat, are you ready? Let us know. Because lift off होने वाला है लगभग 8 मिनट में आपसे, और बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा.
साहिल भाई, मेरे को बस एक क्वेश्चन है, जस्ट वन क्वेश्चन फॉर यू साहिल भाई, जस्ट वन क्वेश्चन, कि इफ फॉर एग्जांपल वी हैव निहाल सरीन हु विंस दिस टूर्नामेंट, बट ही हैज अ वेरी वेरी हाई चांस ऑफ क्वालिफाइंग थ्रू द सीसीटी पॉइंट्स, तो क्या होगा?
That's a tough one भाई. I think इसमें regulations की वो, you know, रूल बुक पढ़नी पड़ेगी. बट आई, एज वी नो, लाइक, यू नो, मी एंड विदित आर इन द सेम बुक. हम रूल बुक उतना पढ़ते नहीं है, बट इट फील्स लाइक मे बी द स्पॉट वुड गो टू द सेकंड प्लेस एज वेल. सो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा वो, बट उसके लिए निहाल ऑफ कोर्स हैज टू विन द इवेंट, देन द डिस्कशन बिगिंस. एंड वेलकम चैट. एक बार भाई, यू नो, इंडिया क्वालिफायर्स है तो इंडिया ओपी इन द चैट डाल दो भाई. वी वांट टू सी इंडिया ओपी इन द चैट, बिकॉज एक यूनिक अपॉर्चुनिटी है इंडियन प्लेयर्स के लिए यहाँ पे फाइट करने के लिए, एंड टू क्वालिफाई टू द क्लोज क्वालिफायर्स. वेदांत भाई, I think 10+0 time control. I really want to hammer that down. There is no increment. कितना crazy है ये, कितना tough होता है खेलना when you have no increment on the clock.
I think 10+0 is a very very interesting time format, क्योंकि it's not super fast. आप एकदम fast नहीं खेल सकते, but after the opening, after the middle game phase, when the time pressure hits, तब you will see queen sacrifices, unclear moves. That वो जो है, ये chess को sport बनाता है. That is why I love esports.
Agreed भाई. You know, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि आज कुछ प्लेयर्स लास्ट मोमेंट एंट्री मार सकते हैं, एंड फिलहाल के लिए आई कैन सी विदित, आई कैन सी रौनक, आई कैन सी प्रणव, आई कैन सी श्रीनाथ, आई कैन सी वैभव सूरी, बाय द वे. सो विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. 4 प्लेयर्स कौन से होंगे, एंड इट्स अ स्विस टूर्नामेंट, राइट? सो विनर्स प्ले विनर्स, एंड बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा. भाई वैसे देखा जाए अब तक अर्जुन दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे भाई. Yeah, and there we see Vidit.
विदित गुजराती जो कैंडिडेट्स खेल चुके हैं ऑलरेडी इंडिया नंबर 6 2700 सुपर ग्रैंड मास्टर आई थिंक विदित will use this as an opportunity to get his form back. But in the last few years, he has not been up to the level where he was in the candidates. I think today he is looking forward to come back.
But as somebody who also got recently married, I can understand. You want to take a step away sometimes, but Vidit Gujarati at core is such a strong player. By कैसे जीते थे वो Grand Swiss, and I think he's won these bunch of events comeback करने के बाद. So I would say right now, he's definitely gonna be a clear favorite. And Vedant bhai, I think फोटो में जितना thought process से सोच रहे हैं अभी वो कैमरा पे ऐसे ही बैठे होंगे. I wonder if we can see him soon. Yep, and it's very interesting. And if we can have the scene back, would be very interesting as well. And 31 years, yeah. I mean, in chess terms, sometimes it feels like ये तो मतलब chess is getting so young. We have a 14-year-old who's like 2700. It's going to be exciting to see कि विदित यहाँ पे जीत पाएंगे कि नहीं. And Vedant भाई मतलब ट्रांसफॉर्म हो गए हैं भाई. AI is taking away jobs, chat clearly. AI is clearly taking away jobs, but Divya also joined. That's amazing. Glad to see Divya here as well. And I can see Arjun Kalyan. I can see total मिला के अब तक around 26 players. I can see all title players. मजा आएगा. There's many top players of India who are playing. Very interesting as well. So by India में इतने tournament है, इधर tournament, उधर tournament. It's like we also have Prague playing the GCT Poland. भाई हर जगह tournament है भाई. तो ये तो चलता रहेगा भाई. Don't worry. And Divya, of course, by the World Cup champion, and of course played the candidates as well. Will be very interesting to see how she fares in this field. Will not be easy at all. I think it's very obvious. And we have the tournament beginning in 3 minutes, chat. Let's go. I can see some chat messages. If Nihal wins, then he'll qualify where India has not 60 points. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's why I said I think rule book पूछना पड़ेगा. पहले वाले points किसके count होंगे. So we'll of course have all the details with you. Don't worry, chat. ऐसे खाली हाथों में नहीं भेजेंगे. पूरी information के साथ ही घर भेजेंगे भाई. ठीक है? No, कोई stress नहीं है. And of course, the game's beginning in just 2 minutes now. Who is this GM? Pranesh is also playing. Yes, Pranesh, by the way, got signed up, I think recently, right? So he will also be fighting there. Where is Arjun? Bhai, that's the question on my mind as well. With 2 minutes to go, क्या वो last minute entry मारेंगे या फिर the tournament will begin without? By the way, Arvind Chidambaram has also joined. So now he's another favorite who did actually qualify, I think. But at the end, I told you the prize money is definitely huge incentive. So Arvind bhi aa chuke hain bhai. He's the second seed right now. And Arjun has also joined bhai. Last minute entry. मतलब last minute entry बिल्कुल मेरी तरह मेरी शादी पे भाई. मतलब बिल्कुल last minute.
मुझे क्या लगता है कि लास्ट मिनट एंट्री जो है ये बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स को दुख देने वाला है. लास्ट मिनट इज कम, ही हैज ruined the mood of everyone. बहुत लोगों को लगा हुआ कि अर्जुन Erigesi will not be showing up. But then he shows up and then he casually wins the tournament 9/9.
He is one who's won Title Tuesday, Freestyle Friday. So many tournaments he's won, continuously. मेरे हिसाब से he's one guy who everybody has to take seriously. He's in form. He had an amazing taper segment tournament recently. Carlsen के साथ tie break में उनको एक गेम हराया, which is very very difficult. So Arjun last minute एक boss की तरह enter करते हैं. And our top 4 right now, chat, with 2 minutes to go, are Arjun, Vidit, Arvind and Ronak. Maybe these, and we have of course other players, Pranav, Pranesh, but Vedant bhai, top 4 का choice अब बहुत difficult हो चुका है.
I think बहुत ज़्यादा ही difficult हो चुका है, because यहाँ पे एक भी player नहीं है that cannot win. Like that's the beauty of this tournament.
Agreed. So I think जब भी players के कैमरा हो जाएंगे, that will be awesome to see as well with the chess board. That will be the perfect scene. And of course starting में it's Swiss, so we won't see the top players battle each other. भाई आपस में मैच नहीं होगा. तो होता क्या चैट स्विस में, लेट्स से 40 प्लेयर है. सो फर्स्ट वाले का यूजुअली 21 वाले सीट से होता है, सेकंड वाले का 22 से होता है, थर्ड वाले का 23 से होता है. एंड देन मान लो इन अ परफेक्ट एनवायरनमेंट वेदांत भाई टॉप 20 जीत जाए. हमें पता है इंडिया में ऐसा नहीं होता है, बट लेट्स से टॉप 20 जीत गए. Then first का होता है 11 से, 2 का होता है 12 से, and so on. And there we see Pranesh as well. He's rising up the ranks like crazy with huge momentum. Vedant bhai, मुझे लग रहा है कि मतलब he could definitely be a contender for this. Yeah, looks crazy. 19-year-old. Oh man, my chess is getting very, very young. Bhai, बहुत young होती जा रही है chess. Chat, by the way, what's your age? Would love to know कि आपकी age कितनी है as you've been following chess. But इतना समझ में आ रहा है कि भाई chess as a professional chess is getting very, very, very young. So huge prospects of Pranesh here to win this event outright. Top 4 में आने के बहुत से chances. Let's see क्या होता है. बहुत मजा आएगा. And I think we have lift off in just a minute, very, very soon. 80 साल के लोग भी है. वेलकम वेलकम. मेरे दादाजी चैट में घूम रहे हैं. नाइस. Oh, I can see 33 players, and at the end we have Niranjan also playing. Nice, bhai. Nice to see him there. We're following his games as well. Chat, we should have lift off in just a second, I think. बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा. It starts in 1 minute. Bhai. Plug-in Romania occasion preparation. Exactly, bhai. Exactly. I think those two players are busy right now, and we see Arvind's player card as well. India number 6 also fighting up to reach the Olympiad team. So this could be great practice for Arvind. Let's see क्या होता है. And if Nihal, what happens? I think Nihal, I don't see Nihal right now. So I think that problem has been solved automatically, bhai. So I don't see Nihal. I see many other players. So ये problem तो solve हो गई, भाई. विधान भाई, आपको player ही नहीं आया, भाई.
यार ये तो गलत बात है, बट मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है निहाल एक राउंड सबको दे रहा है कि आज चलो छोड़ो, मैं एक राउंड नहीं आऊंगा लेट. ही इज जस्ट डूइंग द मैग्नस. या ही इज गोना बी लेट बाय 1 राउंड, बट ही डजंट केयर. ही इज गोना स्टिल विन द टूर्नामेंट.
Oof, that is definitely a possibility, right? Definitely a possibility. So waiting for us to get the board and the games, and then we should be good to go. But regardless, Vedant bhai, I think I can see the games have begun just seconds back. So we have 1 minute delay because of fair play reasons, and we should have the board very, very soon. And there it is. We have it. It's Ilam Parthi versus Arjun. Arjun has the black pieces. Ilam Parthi, bhai, pehle hi round mein GM lag gaya, so this is not going to be easy for anyone.
Sahil bhai, around 7 days ago, I was in a training camp with Ilam Parthi. I have played countless amount of blitz and bullet games with him. And trust me, he is one guy who can beat anyone in the world if he's in form. He's a brilliant tactician. Matlab, even Vishy Anand himself said that when he sees games of Ilam Parthi, he's reminded of young Mikhail Tal.
Oh. Bhai, Mikhail Tal, one of the strongest players. And Sahaj bhai in the chat saying? Okay. Yes. Yeah, now you can see, I think. Now you should be able to see. Sahaj bhai chat, Panali Dharia won round 1. That is actually crazy. So chat, just private information. My wife is also playing and she got a bye in round 1. So she's leading the event right now. Stop the count.
It's over. She qualified.
And by the way, we have the game. Let's go to the board setup. We have it already. 15 moves played. And I can see Arjun has a slight lead on the clock. Yes. This is with it. Yeah, Vidit versus Arjun Kalyan and Ilam Parthi versus Arjun Erigesi. Yes, Nihal has already qualified. Bhai, so I think we can stop the tournament right here and maybe we qualify कर जाएगी. But नहीं, I think she's going to play some good chess as well. Hopefully, हमारी bet लगी है. Won't tell you क्या bet है. But meanwhile, when we have the board, I have to ask you this question, Vedant. So imagine you are Ilam Parthi. Like, what's going through your mind right now? Like, what's going through your mind? You're playing the India number 1. We'll have the camera soon as well, chat. I think because there's many players who camera ढूंढने में लगाने में थोड़ा time लग सकता है. Let's have that soon. But meanwhile, we have the position in front of us already. क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे Ilam Parthi के दिमाग में? As you met him, Vedant bhai.
I think Ilam Parthi is very, very, very unhappy because ये position में कुछ sacrifice ही नहीं है. You see, the position is balanced. There are a lot of developments that are happening, but there are no sacrifices. But don't think his rating is 2400. Uska classical rating is already 2535. And one thing I have to tell you, I have seen him playing Blitz on his private chess.com account, and I saw him playing a match against one of the world top players, and oh my god, that world top player was definitely raging.
Oh, crazy. Sahaj bhai saying, as Indian number one, I will think personally of you for round one. Yeah, round one में the fastest win का award मिल सकता है उनको. But you know, Vedant bhai, the question is, I think I see the bishop pair for black. I see this weak pawn, and I see a lot of imbalances. White is very, very solid. Like राहुल द्रविड़ की याद आ रही है मुझे इनको देख के white की position. And black को देख के मुझे लग रहा है मतलब सहवाग, मतलब कुछ भी हो सकता है कभी भी. So as you mentioned, Ilam Parthi loves dynamism. वो उनको इतना नहीं मिलेगा यहाँ पे.
Exactly. And one thing I don't like about White's position is the pawn on a4. अगर वो pawn a2 पे होता तो there would have been less weaknesses on the queen side. और एक और चीज, one thing to observe, the knight on d4, which was on d4, was the central was the central stone of White's position. अभी वो जब b5 पे चले गए तो जो d4 का स्क्वायर है थोड़ा सा, you know, the blockade has been removed.
True, true. And oh, by the way, look, knight b5, a slight inaccuracy. Usually chat पता है हमें, center में piece रखो भाई. You know, center में power considered होनी चाहिए. And जैसी side में चला, because knight was controlling f5, knight यहाँ गया, आ गया bishop active queen को attack करने के लिए. And look at this, the best move is queen to f1. Already Arjun Erigasi putting on the pressure after just 19 moves.
So much pressure. And one important thing is जो d5 pawn, it's, you cannot take it. अगर आपने queen से d5 का pawn मारा, then black will go aggressive. Oh, but queen d1, another inaccuracy. The e3 pawn, you see, it's very soft. It's very, very soft. And Arjun Erigasi already has a very big edge.
Yeah, ये जो question mark दिख रहा है ना, this is a sign of things to come. So looking tough यहाँ पे Ilam Parthi के लिए. Of course, he's going to put up resistance. One look at the Vidit Gujarati game, by the way, who's kind of, I mean, I think Vidit ने कहा मेरे पास कितने पॉन है, 8 पॉन, सारे फेंक दो भाई. ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? What is this भाई? अटैक बिल्डअप करने वाले खतरनाक सा लग रहा है.
एकदम. और I think Vidit is playing a very slow game. मतलब अगर आप Vidit का स्टाइल जानते हो, he's a player, a very long maneuvering game, and he's like, I have a lot of experience. I know how to play strategical chess better than you. I have a lead on the clock of 2 minutes. We have to remind the viewers that time control is only 10 plus 0. So अगर आपका time 1 minute से कम हो गया, that practically means you cannot survive.
Yeah, agreed. Because increment नहीं है, you might have 6 extra queens and still might lose on the clock. And यहाँ पे, of course, the question is how does he break through? Does he go e5 or not? And अभी के लिए rooks यहाँ पे अटके हुए हैं. You would love to have them on the king side, but ये pawn भी hanging है. So looks quite interesting. I think Arjun Kalyan offering real time resistance. Of course, c3 is a nice move, but now d3 could also be weak later on, yeah?
Exactly. But c3, I like it from a practical perspective because it was knight on b4 था. It was a thorn in White's position. It was putting a lot of pressure on the queen side. जैसे आपने बोला, the rooks, they want to be on the king side, but just because of one weak post to be here. And with it, is slowly building up his presence in the center. I like White's position. I think with it is going to take this one.
I agree, but you know, talking about the top seeds taking home the point, board 3 पे चलते हैं, जहां look at this move. Rook takes d6, brilliancy by Rohit, and Arvind Chidambaram is worse in round 1, bro. That's crazy, no? Arvind Chidambaram is close to losing in round 1 by Indian title players are... Oh my god, look at this. Rook d4 incoming. He's just taken up a pawn. Arvind is going for counterplay maybe, but it feels like he's worse. He's objectively worse on the clock in the position. Wow. Vedant bhai, itne shocked hai bhai. Vedant bhai, sad mat ho Vedant bhai. It's okay bhai. Arvind will be back. He'll be back. But this is crazy chat. This tells you kitna strong hote Indian players. If you've ever played a tournament in India, you know how strong Indian title players are. So Arvind, close to losing. But now we go to Ronak Sadhwani. Super crucial. Let's go to Ronak for a minute. And, you know, I think we need the board somehow though. Uske bina mushkil rahega. Although I love AI taking people's jobs here, I can see Vedant bhai ko AI ne replace kar diya hai. But, oh, by the way, Ronak is completely winning right now. That is amazing. So he has a pawn on d6. We'll show it to you soon. Chat. Day 1 ko na thode tech issues rehte hain. We'll solve them for you. Don't worry. सो फिलहाल के लिए मुझे लग रहा है कि अर्जुन, बाय द वे इलम पार्थी इज इक्वलाइज्ड, सो फिलहाल के लिए रौनक इज पुशिंग. भाई सोहम कामोत्रा इज क्रशिंग प्रणव. भाई वी हैव टू recalibrate our top 4. भाई वी हैव टू recalibrate top 4 because the top 3 are not winning. कार्तिक एंड मुलरी स्लाइटली अगेंस्ट निरंजन भाई. अरे निरंजन भाई हमारे टीम के पार्ट है, उनका भी गेम देखेंगे. श्रीनाथ पुशिंग अगेंस्ट तालुकदार जोशनव. कार्तिक वीएपी. बाय द वे वी ऑलरेडी हैव रिजल्ट्स. वैभव सूरी लॉस्ट. ही लॉस्ट. भाई वैभव सूरी हैज लॉस्ट ऑलरेडी. दैट्स क्रेजी. Oh, if we can have the board, we'll love to show this soon. Yes, Nihal, we'll show you the board chat in just a second. Yes, Nihal has qualified, I think by CCT standings, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, look at this, bhai. Rook e7, Rook c8 check, and Queen c5 finish. Vaibhav Suri loses by a blunder. Wow, Vaibhav is, by the way, Prag's second, so that is crazy. Did not expect that. So, jumping back to the Arjun game, where Ilam Parthi is fighting back. I think this is where we left it, right? I think somewhere around here. Rook d8, Queen d4, Queen activated by Ilam Parthi, Knight c4, takes the bishop. I think probably a nice choice. b3. Oh, Knight goes to b2. This is uncomfortable though. Knight comes to d3. I think Kasparov ne kaha tha, give me a knight on f5. I think if there's an equivalent square, that's the one on d3.
I think it's the octopus knight. Kasparov ka bahut famous game hai when he puts the knight on the d3 square where it dominates the whole board. But on the other hand, what I was saying before, if the position gets complicated, if the position gets sharp, Ilam Parthi ke chances बढ़ जाते हैं.
Agreed. And you know what? I love this rectangle. Draw this rectangle. You know, let's draw it on the king side right now. I think white has a queen and rook, and black only has a queen. So f7 is a bit soft. And if you know, there are chances both players are in time pressure, anything is possible. Both the knights are doing pretty well. Of course, I would love to put it on d5, but d4 also a nice square. So, Vedant bhai, by the way, Vaibhav Suri lost. Arvind is losing. Bhai, chal kya raha hai bhai? Matlab, round 1 se ही upsets.
That's what I was saying, Sahil bhai, कि ये tournament में कोई easy game नहीं है. Like Arvind Chidambaram, who qualified already for the Esports World Cup, who was considered as one of the biggest favorites in this event, is not able to win round 1.
Bhai, talking about upsets, Vidit is now worse. Vidit Gujarati is now worse. This is what an exciting start, brother. We couldn't have written this in a script. Like Jay Shah script का meme भी नहीं डाल सकते इसमें. This is impossible to write.
I think like the strength of this tournament is so high. All these players are so hungry, and most of them are so underrated. But like, you don't know who has a better chance. I mean, yes, they are saying you might be a top player, but I am also a Grandmaster. And one game, rapid chess, anything can happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think very interesting. And look at that knight on c3. We saw one knight on d3 being very strong. This one is equally strong and very important. White ने g3 pawn खेल दिया है. मतलब the 7th rank is completely available for the black rook to occupy at the right moment. Arjun is losing. Are you kidding me? Arjun is lost.
That is what I was saying. Tactics. Ilam Parthi, nobody. Like, he's just a great tactician.
Chat, just listen to this statement. Board 1, Arjun is losing. Board 2, Vidit is losing. Board 3, Arvind is losing. I mean, what is happening, Vedant bhai? This is totally unprecedented.
Actually, I am not so surprised that Ilam Parthi won against Arjun, but I am very surprised that Arjun Kalyan is beating Vidit Gujarati. Because Arjun Kalyan is not such an active chess player anymore. He's more of a coach to young talents.
Yes.
He has also helped the Olympiad team. But still, he's showing कि coach तो coach होता है यार. Experience matters and the work still matters.
And by the way, chat, I think we have the live link now. So I'm going to quickly share this one instead. And basically game 1 minute आगे बढ़ जाएगी. So now we have the perfect setup, by the way. So वो fix हो चुका है. Sorry about that, but yeah. And yeah, so now we see the current position. Ilam Parthi completely winning. Vidit is winning, by the way. Oh, 1 minute सब change हो गया. Vidit is now winning. Oh, he blundered. Look at this. Queen
he
b5.
blundered Queen b5. Oof. why do I feel that this blunder will make a big difference in the final standings?
I
I think it's
agree.
going to count.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And look at this tactic. So Vidit kind of turning the tide around, but Arvind is still losing. I want to go to Arjun's game because we could even see resignation here. Vidhan bhai, I kind of get a feeling like if I was playing as white, I would consider myself completely winning. You simply cannot do anything about this pawn, yeah?
Exactly, you cannot do anything. And the sad part is, rook endgame, we say that keep your rook active. With the rook on c6, it cannot attack anything. White's everything is defended, every and I mean, I think this is going to be a very, very big upset.
Yep, I agree. And chat, no, Prague has not qualified. I think 2 Indians have qualified technically on paper. That is Nihal as well as Arvind. But we don't have Nihal, but we do have Arvind. But also, do remember what a huge event EWC was last year. Every chess player in the world wants to be there. It was a spectacle, Vedant bhai, mere hisab se. I've never seen anything like it, especially for chess. And that's why you see everybody play. You have all the...
My God, we have a blunder! We have a blunder! Oof.
Wow. But Rook C4 check, only move for Arjun. Will he find that move, chat? Will he find the only move?
I think he will find this move. But I think it's still not so clear कि ये draw क्यों है. I cannot calculate this through.
Vedant bhai, you summed it up well, yeah. He wants complications. He wanted, crazy attacking position. Jesse endgame, suddenly Arjun has taken over, and this draw will give him huge confidence. Sometimes अगर आप एक हारी हुई game बचा लेते हो, आपका confidence पूरा, it touches the roof, yeah.
Exactly. But how is it a draw? Like, I think maybe the whole point is the B pawn is compensating for the A pawn.
Yes.
जितना टाइम व्हाइट को लगेगा वो ए पॉन को क्वीन बनाने में, उतने ही टाइम में द ब्लैक किंग विल कम क्लोज टू द बी पॉन एंड हेल्प इट टू क्वीन. So this is a dynamically balanced endgame.
And very importantly, move the king. Yeah, if you think I can just push the pawn and he'll be forced to take. No, white can bring the king first, b2, and now king b7, and you lose. So the important trick is to bring the king closer. So Arjun's endgame understanding, showing true class here to hold this game. Beautiful conversion. Okay, I mean, this is going to be a draw. Who do you think comes out frustrated? I think both the players will not be happy, yeah? Because Arjun, of course, kind of blundering rook f7 and then Ilam Parthi missing out on a winning position.
I think Arjun will be, because it's the first round. Sometimes you make a blunder, you forgive yourself, but then you save a lost game, which can literally mean half extra point, can mean everything in this tournament. This is such a tight tournament.
And chat, cameras, we're going to have the cameras soon. I think what we would love to have is the cameras of Arjun, Vidit. So that will be the idea. We'll have it soon, chat. Day one ko thoda rehta hai, process slow hota hai, because we did not know who will be the players confirmed, right? Because ye invitational event hai, anybody could have joined. So sometimes camera pehle tayar karna thoda mushkil tha. We'll have it for tomorrow ready in advance, but aaj ke liye we will have it very, very soon. By the way, now, very important, the black king is back, and there's no way for the white king to escape the checks. Vedant bhai, I think this is now... Okay, black is sending mate in one. Let's be careful.
Black is sending mate in one. But, is there some chance that... Actually, I don't think there's a chance.
Yeah.
But if that white could play to flag Arjun.
Ooh, that's possible, I think. But maybe he had enough faith in Arjun.
No, I think he had.
I think it ended a draw. Yeah, it's ended a draw. So this is a draw. Vidit has won, by the way. So that's a huge win for Vidit. And now we jump to Arvind's game, which is still on, by the way. And G5, a minor error by Arvind. But the game is evenly balanced. Do you think this ends in a draw, Vedant bhai?
No, I think Arvind is going to win it. Actually, Arvind is considered as one of the biggest endgame experts in India. Even though he has such an aggressive and creative style, but his endgame knowledge is unparalleled. Like, I think all the years he has been considered as one of the most creative minds who also has great endgame skills.
Agreed. And I think we all know who's the greatest endgame player of all time. It is Magnus Carlsen. So he's trying to step into his shoes. Great strategy there. And by the way, Ronak has also won. Pranesh has won. But Pranav is completely lost against Soham Kamotra. We'll shift to that game once this ends. And I would say a decent amount of upsets, Vedant bhai, and could have been much more, yeah? Like if things had gone their way.
Could have been much more. And I am not sure like what is happening in this endgame. Like white is a knight up, Black has a pawn on the 7th rank. White has a pawn on the 7th rank. मतलब चल क्या रहा है साल में?
भाई ये सवाल का जवाब आई थिंक इस गेम के साथ ही चला गया बिकॉज ये मुझे भी नहीं पता है भाई बिकॉज क्रेजी ऑफ कोर्स बोथ द पॉन्स एडवांस एंड देयर इट इज देयर वी सी द लॉजिक रुक टेक एंड वाइट इज स्टिल प्लेइंग वाइट इज लाइक नहीं भाई रुक लूंगा ही नहीं मैं
White is playing to flag black. Black only has 19 seconds, which means this is going to be tricky.
oh this is not possible to save chat look at this white is gonna win on time
I think he's going to win on time
Wow.
because he might even sacrifice the knight, and still they have to play 50 more moves. Even though Arvind is
Agreed.
trying his level best, like play fast, but knight in the end game, it's very, very tricky. I think Arvind
chance.
is not going to survive this. No chance. I think 14
Bye.
seconds too less.
yeah Arvind's gonna lose this one and chat the games are back to back so do not go anywhere 9 rounds hai aaj and we're gonna have a short
And
5-minute break
Arvind
after 3
loses.
rounds wow
Arvind
so
loses
a crazy upset by Rohit S Vedant bhai like do you know Rohit S personally a little bit
I think Rohit S is the brother of Arjun Kalyan. They are one of the
Ooh, I didn't
strongest
know that.
siblings in India. Yes, and I think he's also an international master. And so I think, like Bhai ki jodi, Arjun Kalyan was about to beat with it, and Rohit has beats Arvind. कुछ तो crazy हो रहा है यहाँ पे.
Yep, and Karthik and Murli defeated Nini Bhai, and I'm also checking a couple of other results before we jump to round 2. I want to check what happened. Web of Suri lost. I see Divya lost to Pranav Anand. This was the final position. I also see lots of other players, but I think let's go to round 2. Yeah, we are ready with round 2. And board number 1, I'm trying to
I am
check.
actually surprised that Divya is playing because she is already there in Norway. She has a big tournament starting one day. Maybe she's using this as a practice tournament for Norway chess.
For sure. And I think what I saw with Divya was she played the Tata Steel Challengers. It's like you did with Anbai. You also played
Yeah.
Tata Steel Challengers. And I think you face such tough competition that I think even if you don't get the best results, your dream results, you learn a lot from it. And I think this could be a training ground for her.
I think absolutely. I think from my own experience, I did not have a very, very good Tata Steel. But after that, I made my first GM now. I increased 50 points of rating, and I think the whole credit goes to my opponents who literally beat me up so bad in Tata Steel that I had no choice but to level up.
Arey bhai, love the honesty. I think that's a quote usually which I say, but glad to hear it from an IM as well. And chat, एक round हो चुका है, दूसरा round चालू हो चुका है. Vidit Gujarati on 1 point. He's on board number 1 now because Arjun drew his game. What do you make of this opening, Vedant bhai? Any thoughts on this so far?
I think this is a long theoretical line in the utmost boring opening of chess, Italian. मतलब इसमें क्या चल रहा है मुझे कुछ समझा ही नहीं. Like black plays something, white plays something, and then suddenly there is something, but it is something new, but it is something old. But it is just a maze. I don't know. It's a jungle. Like you enter from one part, you exit from one part, but everything is the same.
Wow, that's a crazy analogy. And by the way, chat is telling us Sahaj bhai और Divya का match है.
Oh!
Let's go! Chat, I am not kidding. This question has been asked to Sahaj multiple times, like who's stronger? Are you stronger than Divya? Are you stronger than Divya? Now we will know, bhai, who's stronger.
I mean, actually, I think around a month and a half ago, I was at Sahaj Bhai's place. And you see the setup with Black? He told me this is a secret preparation he's doing. And I thought, Sahaj Bhai, ab kya mazak karo? Like, I mean, I know like you are a GM, but like, kuch bhi. Like, up pawn taking special. Like, what do you mean? He said, Bhai, just wait. One day, I will beat a top player with this, and that day you will know. It is the golden setup.
Bhai, this is gonna be crazy. I will have my eyes glued to this game. But abhi ke liye slow chal rahi hai. But yeah, gonna be exciting. Meanwhile, checking out Arjun's game as well because he is apparently. What is this position, brother? Why yahan pe kya chal raha hai? Because I don't even know how we arrived here.
I think it started off with an English opening, but like it was crazy nahi ho gaya. Like the queen is on h5, like white like just sacrifices a pawn, and like now it's very up. Dekh rahe ho, the queen and the knight. The black bishop will go to h3, the knight will go to g4. I mean, checkmate ho sakta hai kuch moves.
Agreed, and I don't have flexibility because my bishop is pinned by the rook, and how I can't bring these knights into the game easily. My king side lacks a knight on f3, and queen c1 kind of shows the dilemma, right? कि भाई मैं queen को हटा रहा हूँ, but now I can't even offer the queen trade, and the queen is moving further away from the king. So
Exactly.
Arjun under pressure again.
Arjun is under serious pressure. And like if you see the rook on d6, like if the knight moves to g4, the rook can slide over to the h6 square. और वहां से भी प्रेशर आ सकता है. मतलब ये थोड़ा ज्यादा रफ लग रहा है मुझे व्हाइट के लिए.
Bhai, Arjun will have to pull a trick out of the hat. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. Let's jump back to I think Vidit's game because he's leading right now. Let's have a look. I think this is where we left it, right? We were talking about this position जहाँ पे वो बहुत बढ़िया एक जंगल की analogy आपने दी थी वेदांत भाई. And now queen takes d4 played, bishop f4, pieces मरे जा रहे हैं, pawn मरे जा रहे हैं, and we end up with this position, which looks rather simplified and solid for both sides.
I think, if I'm not wrong, this is still part of preparation for both the players. They're still in their opening book theory. Matlab, like how? Like how do these players like know so much?
Done. Yeah. Yeah, I have the board now. थोड़ा पीछे चले गए हम लोग.
Time travel हो गया ये तो. But okay.
भाई या क्रिस्टोफर नोलन करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, रियल हम कर रहे हैं भाई. हाँ. Okay, so going back, I want to check out, Sehaj versus Divya once more. Bhai, Sehaj is building up a very strong attack. Yeah, knight e5, bishop c4, bishop f4. Looks like Divya's king could be under pressure very soon.
Exactly. And the best part of white's position, it is so easy to play. Matlab, black's pieces are so cramped. White's moves are very easy. Like he's just getting the pieces slowly. And Abhi, you see there are some sacrifices on e6, f7 and g6. Like at this point, I would be scared to play as black.
Agreed. A nice move to at least exchange an attacking piece. And can we also have that information about the timers and the player names at the bottom? I think that's very important. Got it. Yeah. So going back to the game of Vidit once more, we are again at that position. Vedant bhai, we time traveled. Now we are exactly in the current situation again. And mistake by Vidit.
ये क्या हो गया? And it is such a natural move. But the problem, black's position lacks coordination.
Done.
Black's position lacks so much coordination. The a5 pawn was defended by the rook on a8, but अब जब वो rook move हो चुका है, the queen is tied to the pawn. As we again
Another
a mistake.
by the way. I think things are moving quite dangerously. By the way, also check out Arvind's game once because he lost his first game. It feels like he has a comfortable position with the outside pass pawn. I think यहाँ पे जीतने के chances अच्छे हैं, especially because even though black has some play, I think the queen still is far away.
Yeah, I think the queen is far away. But on the other hand, you see why white's position is so nice. It's because of the 3 versus 2 on the queen side. Like he can slowly advance his pawn on the queen side, create a passed pawn. क्या कहते हैं endgames में passed pawns must be pushed. So for a key idea for white in this position is to push the c pawn.
Yeah. Agreed. I think you need a pass pawn. So clear plan for Arvind Chidambaram here, who has 7 minutes. That extra minute really matters, as we saw in the last game. Sehaj blunder कह रही है chat भाई. ये कहाँ से हो गया?
Sehaj bhai.
Oh, look at this. Knight c6 he took, and bishop a6 मारने के बाद Divya counters with
95.
knight to
Oh
d5.
my god. What a move. Because you're not only attacking the bishop on f4, but knight b4 भी threat है. And once you take, how do you stop the checkmate? And the d4 pawn is hanging, the bishop on a6, like queen takes d4, and then isn't it just resignation on the spot? Like just
Yes,
the a6
because
bishop
the
is hanging.
bishop. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So Divya tricked Sehaj Grover. So that is sad. We will not see Sehaj bhai in the chat now. after this tournament, he is not showing up. I think कोई बात नहीं Sehaj bhai होता है भाई होता है. I understand your pain. So Sehaj, I think, is losing to Divya. Divya likely to get her first win. By the way, Ronak Sadhwani seems to be completely winning with the black pieces. Look at that C3 square. भाई कौन सा piece लाना है? Knight लाना है, Rook लाना है, Queen लाना है, A4. I have my full palette में कुछ भी खा सकता हूँ buffet की तरह यहाँ पे.
I think मतलब black का position इतना अच्छा है that even like if you remove the pawn on the queen side, she's still winning. Like they're completely useless. Like his position on the king side is so dominating. It's so nice. Like just beautiful piece placement. And again, you see, Sahaj bhai, imagine if the queen goes to d4, the knight goes to a3, checkmate होने वाला है. Like it's I think irresistible.
Agreed. And इसका मतलब I think Ronak Sadhwani, I think so far to be honest, has had the most convincing first two rounds. बिल्कुल clean wins रही हैं अब तक. So let's see if he can finish in the top 4. That is the goal. Chat top 4 अगले round में कल जाएंगे. So top 4 में आना हमारा गोल है. Jumping to Vidit's game again. Vidhan bhai, क्या लग रहा है? Any update? Is anybody better? The bar seems to say black is slightly better than it understood कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. And that tells you जब engine confused हो जाए, position इतनी clear नहीं है.
Yes, and I think the main reason the position is heading towards equality is because of the opposite color bishops. Chess में हम कहते हैं ना कि opposite color जो bishops होते हैं, they make the game very very drawish.
Agreed. And meanwhile, less time for Vidit. I think that 1 minute could be a huge problem.
Could be a huge problem as well. But I feel Vidit is probably gonna find a way to liquidate the game. And he's like, कि हाँ, मेरा time कम है, but the position is objectively equal. So why don't I just like go for a draw and play with my white pieces? I want to ask you, Sahil bhai, how important it is to get white pieces in a rapid game compared to a classical game?
I think I would say it has maybe less than 1% of importance. Yeah, because I think as we saw, like, Arjun almost lost the first game. Arvind lost the first game. I think colors barely mattered. I think Vidit was also lost with the white pieces at some point until Arjun Kalyan blundered. So I think maybe in this time control, the colors are less important. Of course, it gives you a slightly better advantage with opening ideas, for example, and white always you would choose. But yeah, look at that move, by the way. Knight f6 check. So breaking through black's kingside structure. And if you choose somebody, you have to choose white, right, Vedant bhai? मतलब position अच्छी नहीं लग रही Vidit की उतनी मुझे.
Yes, but on the other hand, the queen and knight combination, as we know, is the most deadliest attacking combination in the chessboard because the queen and knight complement each other perfectly. So if the matters get complicated, see a possibility of the knight landing to the f4 square. Imagine the queen going to the king side. Suddenly, checkmate की possibility मुझे दिख रही है यहाँ पे.
बिल्कुल I think depends on how you navigate. By the way, look at this, a pair of rooks have been traded off, so जितना simplify होगा उतना maybe the king safety does not matter as much. देखते हैं, still roughly balanced. Arjun winning carrier chat. Let's go to Arjun. रुको भाई, Arjun game में चलते हैं. Arjun, by the way, is playing Jyotsnav Talukdar, who's a CM. As a CM myself, I would say कि भाई he's fighting for all CMs in the world, but Arjun just steamrolling here. Let's see how it happened. I think this is where we left it, right? Exactly your move, Vedant bhai. He went for it. And what is this?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what is this, Sahil bhai. I think the excitement of winning against Arjun was so high that he couldn't resist himself. He felt कि यार छोड़ो, कौन खेलेगा लॉन्ग गेम? Just sacrifice a piece. If it works, it works. It doesn't work, तो ठीक है यार, कोई नहीं, अर्जुन ही था.
हाँ, agreed. I think patience is a hallmark of a very very strong player, and I think वहाँ थोड़ी सी patience कम रहेगी, but I think that would be a lesson for Jyotsnav here. But Arjun now in complete control. By the way, I just wanna. I know we can't have the time there right now. We'll have it very soon. I hope our team is working on it. But I wanna highlight Arjun has 7 minutes versus 1.5 minutes for Jyotsnav. So that tells you कि Arjun मतलब इस गेम में काफी free flow में खेल रहे हैं. I think he's somehow caught up his form.
काफी फ्री फ्लो में खेल रहा है, and I think this is not gonna be very pretty for black. मतलब he's low on time, his position is lost, and ऊपर से you're playing Arjun Erikesi. I mean, come on, like this guy is a beast, like an absolute phenomenal beast. E4, like you see, Sahil bhai, the B2 bishop is attacked. White is threatening to take. Okay, and now the piece falls. I think
Yeah.
it's time to throw in the towel.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. So इसका मतलब है कि भाई Arjun Erigesi is going to go to 1.5. By the way, Ronak Sadhwani has won his game, and look at that final move. Simply Rook takes C2. भाई मतलब यार he doesn't joke around. यार Rook takes, King takes, Knight A3 check, King यहाँ पे C1, and of course Queen C3 would have been checkmate. So he called it a game. That is done. Who is playing? Yeah, I'm checking out. By the way, we have a bunch of games. Oh, by the way, my wife is playing. One check there, and she's winning against Aradhya Garg. Great. Let's go, Pranali. Great there.
Let's
Hopefully
go.
convert.
Let's go.
Hi.
I think she will.
Vidit is losing.
Because
Wow.
G4, Queen H6 is checkmate. Like, how do you stop it? Like, you literally cannot
Wow.
stop it. Actually, यहाँ पे
wait.
white का checkmate in 2 था, but he blundered.
हाँ.
But his position is so winning that from checkmate in 2, it is checkmate in 1. Like 4. मतलब थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही winning position.
Wow. And the point is, Rook H7 hai, and the best move for black, by the way, here is Knight F4. And there it is. Vidit resigns. Vidit Gujarati has resigned, and he also loses a game. Chat, 9 round के अंत तक, I don't think we're going to even be close to guessing कि कौन qualify होंगे, because all the players are fighting it out, and कोई भी हार नहीं मान रहा है विधान भाई. We cannot guess who's going to win this event.
I mean, it just like this shows the depth of Indian chess. You know, कि like there is no favorite. Like as Anvishi sir always says, कि I don't know who is the Indian number 1. Like it just changes every week. Like these 4-5 players, Arjun, Gukesh, Prag, Nihal, like who is better than the other? Like the competition is so high, all of them are working so hard, and this stems down. You know, like we already have 96 grandmasters. It's going to be 100 in any time. Matlab, no easy game. Like it's just shows the beauty of Indian chess.
Agreed. And I think I'm going to jump to the game of Arvind Chidambaram, who's about to win with his only 3. Vedant bhai, खाली 3 connected pass points. Yeah, मतलब थोड़े कम लग रहा है. I think कम से कम 2-3 और होने चाहिए थे यहाँ पे, नहीं?
I think मतलब मुझे लग रहा है कि ये थोड़े टाइम में वाइट बोलेगा कि मेरे जो किंग साइड के पॉइंट्स हैं वो भी ले लो. मतलब मुझे जरूरत ही नहीं है. The position is so winning for white.
Agreed. And I think you can simply play F4. That one pawn is going to take care of 3 of black's pawns, and then you can walk the king all the way to glory. So Arvind Chidambaram, you know, it's by the way, he has 4 minutes versus 1 minute for Arav Dengla. So I think feels like he's going to get a win here under his belt. And I think this is the major game remaining. So let's stick to this game. Vedant bhai, so far, if you have to summarize the 2 rounds in one word.
Sahil bhai, I just realized Arvind lost his first game to an IM. And in the second round, he plays a GM. But like, how strong this tournament is. Like, you lose your first round. Second round, you play a GM. Matlab, crazy.
Yep, and I can tell you standings में right now we have 3 players on 2 points. Of course, all the games have not finished. But वो लोग हैं Pranav Anand, Pranesh and Ronak. Not the names we thought of, Arjun, Vidit and Arvind, and like not
I'm
the
going to make
names
a
we thought of.
bold prediction, Sahil bhai. The 4th player on 2 out of 2 will be Parnari Dharia.
That would be nice.
I think because she's completely winning, I think that is going to happen.
Oh wow, yeah, this should be winning, yeah. King E2, I think, should be winning here, Aram se. Yeah.
I think Sahil bhai, like the preparation चल रहा है मुझे कुछ. I think you're helping her or something.
I think if she takes help from me, तो नुकसान ही होगा उसका. If I started solving her giving her tactics in the every morning, तो I think her level will go down. But yeah, I think glad to see her win as well. But of course, Aradhya Garg is very tricky. She has to be on her guard. And meanwhile, Karthikeyan Murli is also playing. And it feels like I would just pick up this knight, Vedant bhai, and then, this bishop looks very, very bad right now. I think knight f5 check BRI looks very comfortable for white.
I mean, the bishop on b7 is so bad. Like, white's pawns are like brick. Like, it cannot do anything. Like, it's just beautiful positional play by white here. He makes a small mistake, but the position is still so much better for him.
Yeah, even if you trade off these knights, yeah? Like, this bishop is better than this bishop regardless. And this weakness on a6 will be like a nightmare in the endgame for black. So, yeah, Karthikeyan Murli should win this. Meanwhile, only 3 games remaining before the next round. Vedant bhai, question to you. अब हमने देखा 2 राउंड में क्या हुआ. अब क्या लगता है टॉप 4 कौन हो सकते हैं भाई? हैव यू चेंज योर प्रेडिक्शंस?
Yeah, actually, I have played some tournaments like this, similar to this, and what I've realized is कि starting, the favorites they don't play well. They're just warming up. But as the tournament progresses, the players who are catching heat, they somehow get tensed, and once the pressure starts getting to them, it's difficult for them to keep up the momentum. So I still will stick to my word. I will say that the players I predicted, like Arjun, Arvind, Vidit, they still have a very, very good chance, including Pranesh and Ronak, obviously, have a very
Yeah.
good chance to qualify.
And of course, यहाँ पे सिर्फ Indian players खेल सकते हैं, title players. We also have another opportunity later in the day at 8:30, but that's open to all title players. So that will get even tougher to qualify from. So यहाँ पे I think there's a slight chance to play your home ground qualifier and win. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. Meanwhile, King G3 Black trying to play with his edge pawn, but it feels like it's too little, too late. यहाँ पे pawn B, although it's a mistake. I think this is the kind of position potato patata या कुछ भी खेलो यहाँ पे जीत ही जाओगे.
Exactly, like it's just completely winning. मतलब I think White यहाँ पे एक nap भी लेके आ सकता है. Like the H pawn H6 will need like 4 to 5 moves to just come close to the 7th rank, and White का pawn तो is like चलो भाई अभी तो मैं queen ही बनने वाला हूँ.
भाई नैप मत लेना, वो 29 सेकंड है, उसके लिए खेल रहा है ब्लैक. दैट्स व्हाई ही इज प्लेइंग फॉर 29 seconds. Chad, I know you can't see the clock. We're trying to get it to you very soon, but that is the issue. White has 27 seconds and black has 49. That is the problem. That's why Karthik and Murli is still playing, because he knows इतना आसान नहीं है इस टाइम में जीतना.
Actually, it is not easy because if black is a tricky player, I think if Nihal would be playing this, I would put my money that black is winning. But क्या करें, निहाल को लगा कि छोटे बच्चों को चांस दे देते हैं, इसके लिए he didn't play this event, which is actually unfortunate. But ठीक है, मतलब Nihal is just a fast time controls, I guess.
Yep. And we are trying to get you the board details as well, chat, very, very soon. That is our goal for sure. And I see only Pannali has, by the way, spoiled her advantage. Now it's equal. I don't know how that happened, but the game is equal. So I think she's gonna, I don't know what happens there. But this game, I think, oh, Pannali is losing now. Wow. Okay. भाई देख लो भाई. यही होता है जब मैं पसंद देता हूँ सॉल्व करने के लिए.
ये तो, I mean, unfortunate. But abhi bhi, I am not so sure that White is going to win this. I mean, I don't know the exact time situation right now, but it's still some matter of technique. As they say,
Right.
top level GM बोलते हैं कि it's just a matter of technique. But आज तक I did not know what is the matter of the technique.
Yeah, I think if we can have the timer, would be very helpful. By the way, I think it's Milton one. Oh, just wins with 5 seconds on the clock, and Karthik and Murli has won. So, भाई क्या ही last में nerve wracking हो गया था यार. मतलब it was crazy.
Yeah. And Karthik and Murli takes revenge of one of his best friends, Arun Chittambaram, who lost to Rohit S in the first round. तो ये भाईचारा दिख रहा है यहाँ पे.
True. And I think round 3 has begun already. So we're going to go to the game of कौन सी game check करें chat बताओ भाई. I think we can start with Arjun very quickly. He's playing Karthik VAP, by the way, who you can never really know how strong he'll play. Indian national champion former, and he's always tricky, always very strong, and wins a lot of these open events, and has gained a lot of rating over the years.
Yeah, I think he's a very strong player, and also he's like considered as one of the strongest intent players in the World Cup format. I mean, couple of years back, he gave Hikaru Nakamura a big scare, and even last year, I think he beat, I'm not sure who exactly he won against, but he qualified to the round of 16 in World Cup, which just shows how strong he is.
Why?
And all position looks so dominating. I mean,
भाई अर्जुन ना थोड़ा क्रेजी चेस खेल रहा है भाई. लाइक ही इज हैविंग फन, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. इज लाइक आई एम अर्जुन एरिगेसी, इंडिया नंबर 1, थोड़ा कुछ डिफरेंट करके हराना है. एंड दिस इज A4 फाउंड बाय वाइट, बाय द वे. दिस लुक्स स्कैरी फॉर अर्जुन राइट नाउ.
I mean, it looks very scary. And also, I mean, Arjun has this creative style of taking a lot of risk in the opening. But, I mean, like, sometimes it works. But sometimes when you play a Grandmaster like Karthik Venkatraman, who is like obviously 2600 and very strong, like, these are seasoned professional chess players. But, even seasoned professional chess players again we see the eval bar is just showing कि Arjun Erigaisi knows so much more about chess than mere mortals like us. कि any position you give him, he'll just wriggle his way out.
Bhai, I will never forget chat. याद होगा Olympiad. I think it was round 1. Arjun on board 3 sacks a piece for like a pawn against somebody who was much weaker. It was +4 evaluation for his opponent. Somehow confuses matters and ends up winning that game. So Arjun has this knack of understanding, where can people who are weaker than him, make mistakes. That opportunity to go wrong is what's going to offer to his opponent. He's very, very tricky. He will play the second best, third best option, but still manage to confuse matters and win the game. And look at this already dead equal evaluation.
Exactly. I think as much as I've heard, I think Arjun and some of his coaches, they have studied human behavior and like especially I remember, I've heard this, I'm not so sure, but one of his coaches asked Arjun to study poker to understand how to bluff properly. कि bluff कैसे करे, and then because poker is not only a game of skill, it's a lot of ability, and I think Arjun Rodriguez is one of the players who is very, very well known for his taking abilities.
Agreed, and you can never really guess some of his expressions, yeah. I can tell you, chat. I know camera जरूरी हम ला रहे हैं, but Arjun की शक्ल I can pretty much guess. Arjun की शक्ल I can pretty much guess. I have no doubt उसके चेहरे पे क्या expression है. Yeah, exactly. Just maybe हाथ थोड़ा कभी यहाँ, but it's always the same. So yeah, I think Arjun is going to push for sure. Let's go to Vidit, by the way. एक बार देखते हैं what's Vidit Gujarati doing. He's playing Javeer Mahendru. And seems like, again, he's building up a king-side attack, similar to what we saw in game 1, Vedant.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Vidit, for this tournament, he has decided to play slow positions and play them fast because of his experience and just always try to attack opponent's king. But the second game, maybe even though he lost, he was trying to create an attack against opponent's king.
Agreed. And Zami is saying, Arjun is too expressive. Huge if true by, indeed. And यहाँ पे Vidit, by the way, is up on the clock by a minute. That is definitely helpful in the grander scheme of things. Ronak, by the way, is dead equal. I think so far the most convincing player of this event, has dominated in the last 2 games. What do you make of his position right now, Vedant?
I think his position as white is slightly easier to play just because of the knight on e5 and the pressure. The g2 bishop, the fiancé to bishop, is putting pressure on the d5 pawn. And also, I just want to tell you that he's playing his city mate. Both the players are from Nagpur, and both the players have worked a lot in the past together since they were children. So, मतलब, I think ये psychology game चल रहा है यहाँ पे कि I know what you know what I know. Let's see who's going to take the battle.
You know what I know what you know sounds like a Bollywood song if you translate in Hindi, bhai. But I agree with you. I think that makes a lot of sense. But I think this position is very interesting because, for example, the best move here is B takes A4. That's at least what the engine tells us. Not a move I would consider as my first glance. So let's see kya hota hai. Oh wow, he plays it.
Oh, wow. I mean, just great understanding of the game.
And
I think,
by the way, look at this. Aradhya Garg, after getting that counter against Parnali, now was actually close to winning. Even in the next game, if he had taken on f6 and played 95, he was winning. Ooh.
That is such an
opportunity.
Like, it's such a beautiful tactic because it's a queen takes queen, knight takes bishop with a check, king g7, and knight takes e8 with a check. So just like such a beautiful tactic.
Yeah, a missed opportunity there. I think completely winning for Aradhya Garg. He missed that one. But let's see. By the way, let's go to Arjun's game now. We are headed off. I think this is where we left it, right? Rook a7 was the last move. Bishop c8 played, covering up the back rank. Rook e1, queen g5. Oh, queen c2 was winning for Karthik. He misses it. Wow. Takes queen and queen c1 check, and now queen c5, and Arjun is now in the driver's seat. Bhai, we are seeing bloodbath on the chessboard. The favorites not able to convert easily.
I think this just shows like a lot of times, even when I'm a chess viewer, मैं बस इंजन बार देखता हूँ और मुझे लगता है ये तो क्या खेल रहे हैं, इनको कुछ नहीं आता. But जब मैं खेलता हूँ तो accuracy तो पता ही है. And
हाँ भाई,
here, Like it's chess is such a tough game and such a complicated game, and even though the Indians are so strong, the human element to the game is so beautiful.
Yeah, by the way, we do see the names now. Not in the ideal place where they were. Okay, but this is nice. At least we can see the clock. Would love to next have the cameras for Arjun and Vidit, if possible. And as we get them chat, I think Arjun का तुम्हें पता ही है. Meanwhile, he has castled. So that's good news. And now he can use the bishop pair for some, fancy ambitions. And that could be a kingside attack. That could be other stuff. That could be winning the endgame. Already you see, suddenly, जब time कम होने लगता है, Arjun starts doing Arjun things.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun being Arjun. And I think if Arjun wins this tournament, I want to see a celebration. I mean, like, do you think Arjun will ever celebrate after winning a game? Because I think this guy is just so, so cool, so composed. I think he's MS Dhoni of chess.
या आई थिंक वो सेलिब्रेशन अंदर से निकलेगा हमें देखने को नहीं मिलेगा वो अनफॉर्चुनेटली ही विल सेलिब्रेट फ्रॉम इनसाइड एंड मीनवाइल इंपॉर्टेंट डिटेल आई थिंक रौनक की गेम खत्म हो चुकी है चैट इज टेलिंग अस आई एम चेकिंग रौनक सतवानी हैज वन अगेंस्ट संकल्प गुप्ता लुक एट दिस
I mean,
Rook B1
B5,
Ooh.
a blunder, Knight C6, poking the queen and the bishop. Abhi jab direct attack aaya, like how do you defend this? I mean, as far as I've seen Ronak's shape and performance in this event so far, I think why do I feel he's going to qualify for tomorrow's play?
Yeah, I think Ronak is in great shape. So far, the best player, the most consistent player of this event. So doing pretty well. By the way, Pranav Anand and Pranesh are also playing. And look at that queen on F6. Look at the bishop, the pawn. I mean, Rook on H5 जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, इनके लिए 1 मिनट का कुछ silence लेना चाहिए हमें because it's completely useless. And I feel like this is just completely over, Vedant, by a beautiful game by Pranav.
I think just for the viewers, Pranav Anand is actually one of the best online blitz players in the world. Matlab, I think he has a peak rating of 3,200 on chess.com. I mean, you know how strong he is, yeah?
Agreed. And this feels like, typical conversion at the end, trying to figure out how can he break through, just moving the pieces around. There is no clear counterplay, bishop d5, maybe some e3 break, opening up the bishop, but लगता नहीं कि यहाँ पे time है, because बहुत pressure बन रहा है. So yeah,
Exactly.
this is
And Rook
looking great.
E7, I think, ये moment पे आएगा. And the queen, the queen is under serious pressure.
Bhai, look at this. Arvind is again losing. If his opponent finds rook to h7, king f8, bishop d7, and this, okay, let me show you. Check, king f8, takes, you again give this check, king f7, and rook a8. And this rook endgame looks really black for white. Yeah, how passive is Arvind's rook on d7?
And Arvind is actually playing the brother of Pranesh M. I mean, like, not a lot of people know that, but Dinesh is a very, very, very strong player. I mean, he's very well known in the Indian circuit for his tactical skills and his ability to play very, very fast.
भाई अरविंद आज फॉर्म में नहीं है चैट आई थिंक ये तो समझ में आ रहा है सो इफ यू हैड अरविंद ऑन योर checklist आज it's not looking great but okay let's see if we can twist the game here a bit so jumping to the game of Vidit now what's our Vidit Gujarati doing by the way I love these knights on e4 and f4 and black king को थोड़े पसीने वैसा तो पसीने जैसे फील हो रहे होंगे बैक पे भाई I feel like he must be feeling a lot of pressure.
I mean, even though black is a pawn up, I mean, queen side पे extra pawn, but क्या करोगे उसका आप like जब आपका king आग पे है, when the two knights are looking towards your king, the bishop on b2 is eyeing on the g7 pawn, and I mean, it's just such a pleasant position for white to play. Like knight can jump to h5, you can think of pushing the pawn to f6, the queen and the rook can somehow join into the attack. I think Vidit is going to win this one.
Yeah, I think he has to be, of course, careful because extra pawn here. But as you mentioned, that's far away from conversion right now. It's all about the king side. And compare the knights, I think. Just compare the knights. And look at this. The best move is already just taking on g7. Bishop takes. If you take with the knight, there is f6 forking both pieces. You take with the king, f6 anyways. And I'm guessing there's going to be some deadly discover attack, yeah?
Yeah, I think also knight will go to h5 with a check. I mean, doesn't matter which piece you take with. I will take again, and I will go knight h5, and 10. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, this is going to be enough for Black.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Vidit makes a big mistake. Does not take on G7, takes on E6, which is other, you know, not exactly the best idea because now it gives a chance for the Black Knight to come into the game. But okay, he has the D5 square, but after 95, Black can do an exchange sacrifice and change the character of the position and some chances to hold here.
Exactly, exactly. I think it's a very, very important principle इसमें जब आप अटैक कर रहे हो तो इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट कि अपने ओपोनेंट का भी डिफेंसिव आइडिया देख लो बिकॉज समटाइम्स व्हेन यू मिस योर ओपोनेंट्स डिफेंसिव आइडिया इट कैन टर्न इनटू अ काउंटर अटैक.
Yeah, agreed. And by the way, chat informing us, Arjun Erigesi has won. So I think this is where we roughly left it, right? जहाँ पे queen trade हुआ था, queen c5, he traded queens, and this pawn structure is not inspiring confidence. King आया ऊपर, simply activating the bishops, h pawn gaining space. e4 was the final error, rook d4, and इस pawn को goodbye कहना. Oh, beautiful conversion. And look at this. यहाँ से check, यहाँ से rook. And this means Arjun goes to 2.5 out of 3. After that shocking round 1, he's kind of stabilized a bit now.
I think yes, he's stabilizing, and 2.5 out of 3 is a very good score to be just before the break. I mean, I think after the break, Arjun is probably going to revitalize. Like he will think, "Kya karna hai?" I think he is looking very strong in this event till now.
Agreed. And jumping to Divya Deshmukh's game for a second, she's playing Apurv calmly and feels like it's a tipsy-turvy game. Rook e2 played, attacking the queen, queen d4. Oh, rook e2 is possible. Oh, played! Wow.
And played. I mean, also again, I think Apurv Kamble ka jo rating hai, it's very misleading. I mean, also he has a rating of 3,100 on chess.com. Matlab, the talent of Indian chess is so high. It's so deep. Like everyone is so strong.
भाई 3100 नंबर हम ऐसे थ्रो करते हैं ना लाइक इट्स नॉट अ जोक वेदांत भाई लाइक इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स एंड देयर इट इज दैट ब्यूटीफुल मूव सैकिंग द क्वीन if you take the queen rook f1 is actually checkmate so you cannot mess with these youngsters very very strong and Divya Deshmukh is 1 out of 3 loses that game. Arvind also about to lose and this is going to turn into a king pawn endgame potentially and this is completely busted.
I think it's completely winning. I think the Hitman, I mean, Arvind Kai, it's a username on one of the websites. It was Hitman. The Hitman is not hitting today. He's going through a rough tournament.
Yep, and this is tough one for Arvind to handle, but they're going to Srinath Narayanan, who's playing with the black pieces. We all love Sri, and right now seems like he is about to win and could join Arjun on 2.5 out of 3. Why, student versus former coach, matlab aaj kuch lessons.
I am looking for this match. I am looking forward for this match.
Very interesting. And meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati apparently had a huge edge. And he has completely messed it up. And now it seems like with some beautiful moves by Jayveer Mahindru, like only moves played, like the game is getting a bit tricky and it's completely even now. And look at, but on the clock with this way ahead though.
Yeah, I think even though the position is completely equal, the extra 2 minutes on the clock, they're going to make a very, very big difference.
Agreed. And I think we're sticking to this game for a while, at least for a minute. Meanwhile, Pranav Anand, just one look at the Pranav Anand game, who is about to win against Pranesh, because 2 pawns I think is too much. Vedant bhai, would you say this is completely over? Would you think this could turn around?
No, I think it's completely over. I mean, I know Pranav very, very well. He's one of my closest friends. And the amount of work he has done on end games, I mean, this is just a piece of cake for him.
Piece of cake indeed. So this is over. So jumping back to the Vidit game, which is deadly balanced, but less than a minute for Jayveer now. He needs to play now and he needs to play well. I think Vidit about to go to 2 out of 3 potentially. Oof, tough one. Yeah, because you don't have queens. It's very hard to imagine like, the game ending with in the next 50 seconds. Yeah, very unlikely.
I think very unlikely. I think it's very likely that the game will end in 50 seconds because the time, like 48 seconds. I mean, like if there was an increment, I would still think that this is anybody's game. But without increment, it's just so hard to play.
Yes. So looks interesting. And meanwhile, going to the game of... Okay, I think this is the major game. By the way, Wait, what just happened? We have a few moves. I think h4. Ooh, mistake made. 95, and now suddenly both the
Right.
knights are into the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just good tactics and also time. You know, time is such an important factor in rapid chess, especially when the time is 10 plus 0. I mean, it just, you have to be fast. You cannot be slow and just play good moves because time pe khar jao.
Yep. And I think it's about to be over for Javeer here. 12 seconds, and I think this is over. So Vidit Gujarati will go to 2 out of 3. This is going to be a huge point for him. And Vidhan bhai, I think important question, right? So we are kind of battling about the top 4. That's the main point. How many
Yep.
points do you think will be enough to make it into the top 4?
I think it will be 7 or 7.5. I think I will put 7.5 as a conservative mark. I think there will be people on 8. I think there'll be
Oof.
1 or 2 people on 8 out of 9. And I think 2 people will be 7.5. Because I have a feeling that when these top players they start getting the lead, they will start playing it safe. I think they start
Interesting.
not taking so much risk. Because
I'm going to... Yeah,
yes,
continue, please.
I mean, I think this tournament is very tricky because there is no special advantage of coming first or fourth. It's the same thing. So once you are in the lead, you just want to maintain the lead. I mean, you're not looking forward to win the tournament. Important is you qualify for top 4 spaces and win tomorrow. That is the important part.
Yep, and Vidit has already won, so that's a crucial point. Jumping to the game of, let's check out who can we jump to. Let's go to Srinath, by the way, who's about to win against Soham. I would say maybe my prediction for top 4 will be 6.5 points, Vedant. I'm going to make it a bit more because I'm seeing upsets a lot more than normal in this tournament. So I'm going to say the last guy to qualify will be on 6.5 maybe. Maybe even 6. Like I know I'm
No,
a
no.
bit crazy here, but I think maybe 6 points we qualify कर सकते हैं.
I think it will. The lowest I can think is 7. Like 7 से कम तो possible नहीं.
Oof, very interesting chat. You tell us, क्या लगता है कितने पॉइंट पे वो टॉप 4 में प्लेयर्स घुस पाएंगे? व्हाट कैन दे इमेजिन एज देयर गोल? जैसे होता है ना क्रिकेट में कि भाई कितने में रन बनाऊं कि ओपोनेंट टीम चेज ना कर पाए. सेम कितने पॉइंट करेंगे यहाँ पे वाइट कि वाइट ही जो भी प्लेयर है एंड दे कैन होपफुली एंटर द टॉप 4. तो वही दिमाग में चल रहा होगा आई थिंक सारे प्लेयर्स के. बाय द वे श्रीनाथ अबाउट टू कन्वर्ट दिस वन. एक्स्ट्रा पीस है, टाइम आई थिंक मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली डबल है एंड शुड बी इजी स्मूथ सेलिंग.
Should be smooth sailing. I think Soham Kamotra, he's trying his best, but Srinath Narayan, with all his experience, I think he's going to pull through.
Yep. And by the way, कई लोग कह रहे हैं I see 7 plus 5.5, 6.5. So majority of people saying, calling that 7 number out. I think that's where they imagine qualification ending. So let's see what happens. And by the way, you asked this question, Vedant bhai, कि white black important है कि नहीं? I see 4 remaining games in this round. All 4 black is winning.
Oh
So
my
that
God.
kind of sums it up, yeah. So color is almost irrelevant at this point.
I mean, why do I? Oh my God! It's already a draw. This position is a draw because the C5 pawn.
It's gonna be a
I'm
draw,
very
right?
curious,
Because pawn ही
but-
नहीं है.
No, but why is chess.com not giving this a draw? Like, is it because?
No, I think draw होगा. And by the way,
No, but I'm
look at
very
how
curious.
fast they are moving.
I'm very curious. What
how
happens
fast
if
they're moving.
black loses on time?
No, I think it will be a draw regardless. Is my guess.
You
if I'm
think it'll
not
be a draw?
mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what if white loses on time? Then still a draw?
That's a good question. भाई, because I think ये situation मैंने बहुत rarely देखी है. Let's see वेदांत भाई. दोनों के पास 3 सेकंड है by the way.
Okay, ये थोड़ा crazy हो रहा है.
Oof. 2 seconds each. 2 seconds each.
Oh.
भाई knight.
Oh.
Black is now
Oh.
winning.
It's just pre-moves. It's pre-moves.
Draw होगा. I think draw होगा. Will he mate him? Oh, भाई neck to neck.
0.02 seconds. Milliseconds पे आया ये.
Wow, that was a nice match to finish round 3, Vedant bhai. And I think this is the perfect opportunity now that we have, 1/3 of the event, behind us, maybe to look at the standings. It will be very, very interesting if we have them on the screen. And And surprise, or not so surprisingly, we have 3 people actually on 3 points. If we can have them on the screen very soon. Pranav, Ronak and Karthik and Murli on 3 out of 3.
I mean, they're all so strong GMs, but they are not our favorites to begin with.
Agreed. And number 4 पे 2.5 point पे इकलौते अर्जुन एरिगेसी है. So he is the only one on 2.5. And then we have Apur Kamble, Vidit, Pranesh, Soham, Sankalp, Shri, Aradhya, Pranav, Arjun Kalyan. Oh my God, we have a rush. पूरी भीड़ traffic लगा हुआ है 2 point पे. So maybe you're correct. There maybe 7 points will be needed to maybe qualify into the top 4. So 1/3 of the event is over. If you can show the standings once, that will be very nice. That will be nice to see. But meanwhile, Vedant bhai, I think now we are going to see like the top players play the top players. Are you still going to back that 7.5, 8 number? First ke kitne points honge? What do you think?
I think it will be 7.5 will be first, and second to fourth will be 7. This is what I feel.
Oof.
So 7.5 will be first, and second to fourth will be 7. I am not sure, but I think 6.5 we will have a lot of players, and maximum only one will qualify out of 6.5. So I think 6.5 is not a safe score to be on.
Agreed. And I think tie break बहुत matter करते हैं. Then whom you have played and ये सब drama तो ये आपके हाथ में नहीं है कई बार. So I think the best way to do is at least get 7 points, I think. And 11 people at 2 points. Exactly. So पूरी like everybody, we've seen basically seeing a lot of upsets. जब दिव्या देशमुख का 1 point हो, जब अरविंद का 1 point हो, we have seen a bunch of upsets, by the way. Arvind on 1 point, I still can't believe that, by the way.
I mean, Arvind is world top 25 player. 1 point out of 3. I mean, this shows क्या crazy हो रहा है आज तो थोड़ा कुछ.
Agreed. And मैं सहज भाई को ढूंढ रहा हूँ. सहज भाई is on. सहज भाई का क्या रहा? Oh, he lost to Divya and he won against. Okay, he has 1 point. 1 out of 2. He only played 2 rounds. So very interesting. So he is on 50% as well. So मजा आएगा भाई. And 6.5 is not safe with tie breaks. I agree exactly. I think you would have to be incredibly lucky to qualify on 6.5. Mr. Beast कह रहे हैं not the real one. Arjun will finish first with 7.5 and a couple of draws. Interesting.
But
I think 8 is going to be first.
I think the players, it's better not to make too many draws and rather to go for decisive games, because you can lose a game, but then you can also come back. I think your draw is only safe after round 7 or 8. Uske pehle, I think making too many quick draws is not such a safe idea.
Agreed. And I think also it's not easy, because if you are leading the event, everybody's coming for your throne. So let's have the standings once on the screen. It will be very helpful to see just with our visuals ki bhai kaun aage hai, kaun piche. And we can see it there. So top 4 is where you want to be. And right now, if the tournament ended, Arjun, Pranav, Karthikeyan and Ronak would make it to the top 4. But look at the number of players on 2 points, Vedant bhai. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. मैं माधुरी से गाना गा रहा हूँ literally यहाँ पे. Because it's a lot of players.
It's a lot of players actually, like so many players.
Yep. And I think, I don't know. I think Ronak Sadhwani so far has been the favorite for me, Chad, because he's just played fabulous chess, has not, stepped a foot wrong. Like in every game, he's just converted smoothly. Karthik and Murli, I think, blundered. याद है वो जो उन्होंने miss कर दिया knight d5 उनके opponent ने, आराध्या गर्ग ने. So I think he was a bit lucky in that game, but of course to come back and hold his nerve also shows a lot of courage.
Yeah, actually, Aradhya could have technically been only on 1 point if Pernali would have won against him.
तो भाई मतलब परानी तो हारा, उसको मैं अलग से पूछूंगा रात को भाई क्यों ब्लंडर किया. But I think overall, I think at the end the stronger player won. Yeah, I think he played some fabulous chess. And while the title says Nihal, is he playing? I think Nihal was supposed to play, but I think because he's already qualified, I think maybe he chose not to. He's one of the Indians who has qualified. And do we take a short break or do we continue? I think I would love to know. Yeah, chat. Let's take a couple of minutes of break. विधान भाई क्या लग रहा है 6 राउंड के बाद लीडर कौन होगा?
6 राउंड के लीडर होगा अर्जुन हरिकेसी.
अर्जुन.
अर्जुन
चलो चैट
Harikas,
देखते हैं.
yes.
आफ्टर अ वेरी वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक विल बी बैक. डोंट गो एनीवेयर.
See you guys.
are back after that short break. 3 rounds done, 6 to go. Vedant bhai, welcome back. I think it's time to jump right into the action because the games have begun.
Let's jump. Actually, uske pehle, let's have a look at the leaderboard where Grandmaster Ronak Sadhwani, Karthikeyan Murli, Pranav Anand, and Arjun Erigesi are in the top 4 spots. But unke niche 11 players are looking right at them to take the spot with 2 points each.
Absolutely. And बहुत सारे players का tie है 2 points पे. So we are back with the boards. And you can see Arjun Erigesi with the white pieces here. And amazing. We have the timers and the names now at the bottom. So that's fixed. And you can see he has 8 minutes versus 6 minutes for Karthikeyan. That's a huge time difference, I feel. Understanding how the games have worked so far, I would say Arjun a huge lead here already.
Exactly. And the one thing I love about Arjun Erigesi is he plays against his opponent's weakness. Karthikeyan Murli is known as a fierce attacking chess player. I mean, he has sacrificed queens, I don't know, maybe like hundreds of times. And uske against, he has opted for a positional setup. The isolated queen pawn, hum jaise bolte hain, the pawn on d5, that's a weakness. Even though black is completely fine, it is still not his type of kind of position. So Arjun Erigesi is showing versatility here.
Agreed. And by the look at this intermediate move, Bishop h3, the best move in the position, as you mentioned, threatening checkmate in 1. And I have to be honest, I see the isolated pawn, I see the double pawns, but ये light squares king के आसपास जो है, they look very weak. I feel like अगर black की queen गलती से इन diagonals पे आ गई, this could be checkmate and game over, and genuine chances for Karthikeyan here.
Exactly. And एक और common idea in this position is to push the h pawn. H5, h4, sometimes even h3, so that the king feels suffocated. The g2 square जो बोलते हैं, it can be a very big weakness in white's position.
Absolutely agreed. And by the way, Lakshya is asking how many players will qualify. Top 4 will qualify for tomorrow, the closed qualifiers. So top 4 mein aana hai at the end of 9 rounds today. We are already 3 rounds through. So let's see baki games mein kya chal raha hai. Arjun right now slightly worse, but I think way ahead on the clock. So it's kind of a balanced game net. But I've told you, Vedant bhai, one guy has really impressed me in this event, and it is Ronak Sadhwani. And look at this, he's already close to winning. Bhai, matlab, he is simply playing flawless chess today.
He's playing flawless chess, and also he's a very, very good rapid and blitz player. I mean, he's very intuitive, he's very fast, he's very good at calculating short lines very quickly. Tactics, ke to pucho mat, he's a player. I mean, I think Ronak Sadhwani is showing why he's one of the best fast time control players from India.
Yeah, agreed. And I think look at these pawns moving forward, by the way. And time net barabar hai dono players ka, but queen h5 is now attacked. The bishop on h7, wondering if I have a purpose in life, just like the most of us. Black also has some play. Like, I love this battery. White king thoda sa atka hua hai, but the rest of the pieces can't really say great things about them. So it feels like Ronak is doing Ronak things, just smoothly moving through, and is likely to go to 4 out of 4. That would be a huge start, yeah?
That would be a huge start. And also one more thing is Ronak Sadhwani is a very, very solid player from the black pieces. I mean, I know when Ronak Sadhwani doesn't want to lose with black, it's very hard to beat him. So agar Ronak Sadhwani takes the early lead here, it's going to be very tough for others to beat him.
Yeah, talking about others who want to beat him, one of them is Vidit Gujarati, who's playing with the black pieces. Seems like he has nice pieces. I love the knight on e4. I love this knight. This knight can also come to c4. But the problem is somehow it's still a bit, complicated with the queens awkwardly placed. Rook c8. Where is that rook gonna go? Very interesting position. I would say black slightly better, but still complicated. Right? Because white also could have some plans on the king side, for example, if this knight were to move.
I think the only problem with white's position is the knight on f3 cannot move because वो e1 का rook जो है is always under pressure. And the other problem with white's position is the knight on b5. I mean, like, वो क्या करे? He's just pinned by the bishop, and there's so much indirect pressure. Like, there's not clear threats, The b2 pawn is under pressure. The knight on b5 is under pressure. The even rook is under pressure. I mean, थोड़ा ज़्यादा pressure लग रहा है यहाँ पे white पे.
Agreed. I think lots of moving parts there for White to handle, and he's simply pushing the H pawn without a worry in the world. होता है ना वो ऐसे वो मीम है ऐसे वो घर में आग लगा होती है बंदा चाय कप लेके बैठा होता है वो है कि this is funny cartoon that I saw. It's very similar. So let's see how this turns out. Meanwhile, chat Pranesh की इनका बोल रही है Pranesh by the way is completely winning. He is on 2 out of 3 and will likely go to 3 out of 4. You can see he has a rook versus a knight, and this is just elementary play for somebody like Pranesh.
I think it's elementary play, and he also shows good technique. He's trying to force an exchange of the bishops. Sahil, I mean, हमें सबको सिखाया गया है, but I think for the viewer it's very instructive that when you're ahead in material, exchange pieces, simplify, go to the end game. It's easier to win when there are less pieces and you're ahead in material.
भाई ये बिशप क्या स्क्वायर ही नहीं ऑलमोस्ट नो स्क्वायर्स यार C7 was one of the only ones so परफेक्शनिस्ट लग रहा है मुझे प्रनेश थोड़े बहुत बढ़िया चेस खेल रहे हैं एंड मीनवाइल जंपिंग टू हाँ बोलो
I mean the speed at which he's 6.5 minutes. I mean he's playing every move in 1 second.
Agreed. So great momentum there from Pranesh jumping to the game of Srinath Narayanan against Dinesh. Srinath missed out on a half a point potentially there, but again getting a better position. Although Dinesh bhai फिर से 2 minute आ गया and we saw a weakness from Srinath. He couldn't play as fast as his opponent in those final moments, even though he had an extra piece.
Exactly. And you know, I'll tell you a very funny thing. This is the exact jungle I was talking about 2 rounds before. It is the same Italian. I think it's the same exact variation also. Matlab, just exactly the same thing. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. And yeah, this is the live position. Rook. Yeah.
I still feel that Srinath is winning, but time pressure, time pressure can be a
Agreed. And meanwhile, I think Srinath is thinking, I hope he plays quickly, jumping to the Arjun game because it's also heating up. His opponent has half the time, less than half the time, but objectively he's fine. And very important, look at these pawns. They have been forced to move forward. Pehle Bishop S3 se G3 force kiya and somehow he's forced F3 as well. You look at this. This is where he played F3. Feels like agar ye rook game mein aa gaya, I think this could be curtains for Arjun. So he has to be very precise. But if he's precise in the next 5 or 10 moves, I think time pe jeet jayenge wo.
Exactly. Time pe jeet jayenge. Arjun is actually trying to somehow simplify the game. Like exchange queens, but black queen is going to enter via the E2 square. But king pe ab jo pressure is slightly uncomfortable for black.
Bhai,
but
really
actually,
uncomfortable, yeah?
Really uncomfortable. Yeah. I think I have a feeling that this game is end in a perpetual check and it's going to draw.
Ooh. But how? Because I'm still curious. Because if I'm Arjun, I'm thinking, भाई मुझे थोड़ा सा ही time निकालना है. Like his opponent doesn't have time. He's trying. अगर ये rook game में आ जाए तो बात बन जाए. But I can just play A3 maybe. And again, I'm asking you, how are you really entering with your pieces?
It's not very obvious, but I think the main advantage of playing with black here is with your queen on E2. I mean, it's so beautifully placed. एकदम king के बाजू में है वो.
And look at this B5 move. I think goal है even B4 कुछ तो करे because queen से मारोगे तो E3 hanging है, pawn से मारोगे तो rook घुस जाएगा अंदर. So black is still trying for some counterplay, but rook C3 is one of the moves that Arjun has to find. And look at the time difference. यहाँ पे Arjun can think for 3 minutes and still be ahead on the clock. That is such a bonus to playing quickly at the start of the game. Yeah, Vedant bhai.
Exactly, such a bonus. And I think also not only from an objective perspective, just having more time makes you so much less stressed. I mean, जब time कम होता है, you are worried not only about the position but also about the time factor. And I mean, I think especially in rapid chess without increment, I don't know the exact correlation, but I think having extra 3 minutes is literally equivalent to having an extra pawn.
I would agree with that absolutely. And by the way, you can see E4, the best move played by Arjun. You can bank on him to not go down without a fight. And now king can come to F2, and I don't see a clear check. Although king f2 के बाद I do see d takes e4 and it's kind of impossible to capture with any of the pieces. या queen से मारोगे तो knight गया, knight से मारोगे तो queen गई, pawn से मारोगे तो ये खुल रहा है. Like it's still tricky, yeah. And king f2 played.
I think it's tricky. But Arjun knows, I think is somewhere that rapid chess where the most important thing is to know when to think and when not to think. I mean, I think Arjun is doing this beautifully. He knew that the position जब the moves were not so important, he played fast. He played logical moves. And now when he knows the position is dynamic, it is important. Every move holds a lot of value. He's spending his time. He's playing it slowly. He knows few correct moves and black will be under serious pressure.
Yep, so he takes with the pawn. By the way, Niranjan Bhai has defeated, okay, I think maybe that was a walkover. Also checking, I think Sahaj Bhai and Divya's game as well. It feels like Sahaj is playing Sanyukta CMN. Okay, he's slightly worse, trying to hold on. By the way, Pranesh has won his game. So as we expected, that rook against knight dynamic, helping him to win very comfortably. Srinath also, by the way, completely winning. Again, rook against bishop. You can see, Vedant, how in the shorter time control, strong grandmasters blundering over and over again. This tells you how tough chess is overall.
I mean, tough. Chess is very tough. But why? I mean, somehow, if black can coordinate his queen and the bishop, like let's say the queen goes to g3, threatening a checkmate in one, white has to be careful. Even though I think more than white's king, black's king is actually weak.
Yeah, and there's always this queen 8 check and queen e4, yeah, simply trading queens. So I think black is running out of options and Srinath likely to win this game. Jumping to Vidit. By the way, he's threatening mating. Oh, this is ends the game on the spot, yeah?
And this ends the game.
Very smart.
I mean, abhi to bahut simple hai white ke liye. Just bring the king towards the center and slowly win the pawns.
Yeah, ये किंग अब आराम से मॉर्निंग वॉक पे निकलेगा एंड कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ेगा रास्ते में. सो दिस इज डन. मीनवाइल जंपिंग टू विदित्स गेम वेरी क्विकली. Feels like Vidit is the one pushing. He has the outside passed pawn. And time difference, even though it's only 50 seconds or so, with only 1 minute on the clock, it's huge.
I think it's very, very huge. I think it's huge. And also, apart from having an extra minute on the clock, I think, again, Vidit is playing for a kingside attack. The king on h2 feels loose. I mean, the knight on f6, if the queen up, imagine crosshair, right? If the queen on f4 kabhi galti se hil gaya, then the knight can jump with a check. I think Vidit is going to pull through this.
And look at him. I think this is not what he would play in most cases, but वो clock देख रहा है. वो clock देख रहा है. वो देख रहा है मैं time पे Appu, let me trade queens and play a long game. 20 seconds is enough. I think Vidit ने कोई बढ़िया सा mouse खरीदा है speed वाला and he's like आज आराम से खेलेंगे. खेलो भाई, bullet खेलो मेरे साथ तुम.
सही बात है. And also I think Wi-Fi. I mean, one of the main reasons I think a lot of people understand knowledge is also important in online chess is you can have a winning position but आपका वाईफाई चला गया तो क्या करोगे? I mean you lose.
Agreed. And by the way, I think all of these things matter sometimes in online chess. जो over the board में matter नहीं करती उतना. You can pre-move sometimes. That's an important element as well. By the way, I want to let you know the results. Chat. Arvind has won his game. Niranjan has won his game. Karthik PFP has won his game. Srinath is winning. Arjun Kalyan is winning. Pranesh has won. By the way, I think Vidit is about to win as well. But let's jump to Arjun's game for a while. Bhai, ये क्या चल रहा है? Look at the position.
I told you, it will end in a perpetual check. Like, अभी कुछ ना कुछ check आएगा. Both the sides will check somehow. The king will run somewhere, but then it will be a draw.
Oof, this is tricky. Queen G3. Oh, blunder! King F4, winning move. What? King F4 was winning for Arjun. He blunders. Knight is his only move.
Because actually it was such a great moment. I mean, I think we should, after the game, we should take a recap on this. Why was that such an important moment?
Wow. And now look at rook against knight, but white has a bunch of pawns now. This could go either way. Look at the clock, by the way. 2 seconds की lead है सिर्फ Arjun के पास.
I think
he's winning actually.
But he is not.
He blunders. Okay, this is amazing to watch. I think blunder हो रहे हैं. King, do you go forward? I think you go back. Yeah, the king controls this pawn and these pawns try to push themselves.
Yeah, but I think what black is banking on is that he will sacrifice his rook for one of the pawns, and the king will take care of the other pawn. I mean, white ka
Yeah.
king is actually in a jail. Like he has to look for the G pawn as well. Iske liye he cannot the king cannot jump. Okay, and it's a draw.
Wow.
It's a draw.
That
I think
is
a
a
big
draw.
save,
So
a big save by Karthik and Murli, holding Arjun with the black piece is a big achievement.
agreed. And look at this. Vidit की game चल रही है. 2 seconds for Aradhya, 6 seconds for Vidit. Bhai, this is getting quite interesting.
Yeah, this is actually going crazy. And
And
oh,
Aradhya was winning. Aradhya was winning for a
Yeah.
moment there.
Vidit won.
Oh, wins
mouse.
by
I think the mouse.
one. Oh yeah. Wins by 1.9 seconds. Vidit won by 1.9 seconds. That is insane. And with that, round number 4, an exciting round is over. Bhai, that was like, not for the faint-hearted, Vedant bhai.
That was definitely not for the faint-hearted.
And chat, round number 5. ये गेम पे जरा नजर मारे. It is Srinath Narayanan versus Arjun Erigaisi. Let's go!
Let's
Right.
go, let's
Okay. The star game by coach versus student. क्या लगता है वेदांत भाई? If श्रीनाथ अंदर से सोच रहे होंगे अगर मैं जीता बढ़िया, अगर अर्जुन जीता तब भी बढ़िया भाई.
I don't think so. I think Srinath still wants to win. Even though he has been a long time coach of Arjun, he knows कि यार मैं भी एक टाइम पे चेस प्लेयर था, and he's still a GM. I mean, after all, like Arjun cannot take him lightly. And also, he knows where Arjun is weak, where Arjun is strong. He has been a trainer for him for so many years. उसे पता है कि how to play against Arjun.
Agreed. And I think, yes, really did flag his opponent, and because increment nahi hai, it is very tricky. And chat push रही है points कितने हैं. I don't want to switch the game, but I'll tell you quickly. Ronak is the only one on 4 points right now. Then 3.5 pe we only have Karthik and Murli. And then 3 points pe we have Pranav Anand, Arjun, Vidit, Srinath, Pranesh, Arjun Kalyan, Ashwath. So we have like 7 players on 3 points. So it is getting very close. By the way, let's go back to the game. Srinath, by the way, has taken on e5, keeps the position simplified. I think Srinath को थोड़ा पता होगा अर्जुन की weaknesses कहाँ lie करती हैं. What is the kind of position that Arjun doesn't like to play? So उसका फायदा यहाँ पे वो उठा सकते हैं.
I think that is what Srinath is looking to do. I mean, but also, I mean, I like Black's position, जो G7 पे bishop है, it might look a bit closed right now, but imagine the pawn going to E4. मतलब अपने एक को घर पे आधा को चल लिया, the bishop slicing through the diagonal.
Yeah, agreed. So looks very interesting, and यहाँ पे structure बनता जा रहा है. Going to Vidit's board very quickly. Look at this, by the way. Already a nice position for Vidit against Pranesh. Time पे भी बराबर है. Position पे doing very well.
Position is doing very well, and again we see Vidit is playing the same opening again and again. Like G हर बार रहता है.
Yeah, same link, yes. Very interesting. I'm gonna refresh the page once just to make sure. Yes. But okay, looking interesting. I think launching an attack. By the way, I love कि center close हो गया है. Of course, his bishop is not looking great, but now he has a free hand to basically launch on the king side. Brings the bishop back, points towards h6 as well.
Exactly. I think Vidit in this whole tournament, I think in all the 4 games, has tried for an attack against the king. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence anymore. I think it's a well-planned strategy by Vidit.
And also I think I saw this clip जहाँ पे विराट कोहली ऐसे कुछ खेल रहे होते हैं, उनसे कोई पूछता है कि भाई ये कैसे शॉट था, वो कहते हैं भाई मजे कर रहा हूँ, मतलब एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, ऐसे शॉट मार के मजा भी आता है. It's not a high pressure game. Same चीज I think for many of the players, I think you get an opportunity to also experiment, try out crazy opening ideas you have in your mind. So I think we're going to see attacking chess from majority of the players. And of course, by the way, Vidit better. I also want to check out Ronak's game because पहली बार he is worse against Karthik and Murli. And knight f5, जैसा Gary Kasparov ने कहा था, give me a knight on f5, I'll give you the game. Why? Pressure building up on the tournament leader.
A lot of pressure actually, and The knights are so beautifully placed. The d5 square, the f5 square. I mean, the d6 pawn is practically lost. Also, white can think of swinging over the queen. d3 say, chalo, imagine if it goes to g3, sudden pressure on the king's side. I mean, थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही pressure लग रहा है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, right now it's happening knight takes c7, ending the game on the spot. And अब bishop कहाँ चलोगे? Bishop f6, pawn गया भाई. So I think this one is going to be very hard for Ronak to hold, and maybe Karthik and Murli could be the new tournament leader. This looks very interesting. Jumping to the Arjun game very quickly, I think already he's taken a slight lead. After knight b5, queen c8, avoiding the queen trade, keeping the c7 pawn defended, knight to h4, and bishop to g4 on the board. So rook d8 incoming, and kind of like Arjun's position, yeah. a6, I will kick this away at the right moment, and then I will get the d4 square for my pieces.
Yeah, I really like it for black, especially and also as you said, once the knight goes to d4, जो e2 का pawn है, it's under a lot of pressure, and white's pieces, I mean, they're not coordinated. One knight is on this corner, the other knight is on the b5 square. I mean, the coordination is lacking in white's position.
Interesting. And by the way, time-wise, already a 2-minute lead for Arjun. So I think Srinath needs to play quickly. If he takes so much time, by the way, I saw this match that I think bullet match that I think Srinath and Arjun did many years back, and Arjun just crushed Srinath like 21 or something. So I think in the once we get very quick, fast in the final few seconds, I think Arjun will be the clear favorite. So Srinath needs to win this game on the position, and right now it does not seem to be going his way.
I don't think it seems to be this way. Also, 2-minute advantage on the clock with such a good position. I think the pressure is mounting.
Agreed. And meanwhile, VD much better now, chat Kerry. Let's have a look at Vidit Gujarati. What is he doing? Yeah, he seems to be doing very well. I love the knight on c4. Looking active. I do have a nice f4 square as well. h4 bhi aa raha hai to support this pawn. Looks like Vidit is doing pretty well, yeah?
Yeah, also importantly, the bishop on g2 can go to d5. The bishop on c1 can go to f. थोड़े ज़्यादा ही king weak लग रहा है मुझे.
भाई ये तो गलती हो गई ना, because now I will take on g5, take on d7.
I think he just simply wins the piece here.
Wow. Okay, that is a shocking blunder by somebody like Pranesh. Maybe he thinks he has counterplay, but with the bishop on h7, I mean, you would really need the bishop somewhere here, yeah, to create some chances. But this feels like it's over. And Vidit Gujarati about to go to 4 out of 5. Arvind, by the way, is losing again, and he's on 2 out of 4. I'm not sure if he loses this time that he will have a chance to finish in the top 4 with Anbai.
No, I think already like 7 out of 9 was the score we thought is the safe one. Even if he draws this, I think it practically means his chances are over.
I think it would, yeah, maybe with the draw he holds on with luck. If luck goes his way, but with the loss, it's going to be impossible. So he has to fight back. Luckily, he has already qualified. But this tournament is really showing how tough it is and how much talent does India have. That, the top players are not able to go about with their smooth ways. By the way, going to the Divya versus Niri Bhai game, and it feels like Divya Deshmukh is crushing our social media managers, Vedant Bhai. Matlab, kal to unko roast karna padega.
I mean, I think today it is Divya Deshmukh versus chess.com India. I mean, he already played Sehaj, he already played Niranjan. I mean, abhi kaun baki hai?
तो अभी राकेश मैं खेला नहीं भाई, because we were afraid of losing Divya, but I think she's playing some great chess as well. And yeah, I think White's bishops look amazing here. Now, jumping to the game back of Vidit Gujarati, who seems to have things under control. He's won that piece on d7, 5 minutes. I mean, is this the kind of position where you resign as black, or like what do you think is going on Pranesh's mind right now? Why is he playing the game?
I think Pranesh knows that this position is winning. It requires some precision because increment nahi hai. I think if there was an increment here or it was a classical game, I think Pranesh would have already resigned. But just because it's a rapid game, and I mean, also it's a very big hope, it's a very big ask. But somewhere down the line, you're actually hoping that because of some technical issue, maybe your opponent loses the Wi-Fi, you can still win the game.
Well, that is definitely hopeful. Also, I love that the knight can come to e3 at the right moment. So that can be a nice square to occupy. But of course, okay, he goes for it instantly. I'm not sure if knight f7 is a move here, but I think at least Pranesh is trying. But meanwhile, we have a huge upset. Karthikeyan Murli has defeated Ronak Sadhwani, and that means he will be guaranteed the new leader after 5 rounds.
I mean, absolutely. And what a crushing defeat. Matlab, it's not like he won game. Like Ronak played fast, he made some inaccurate moves, and boom, it was over.
Agreed. And this means it's going to be tough to come back. Hopefully, Ronak, maintains his composure and strikes back in the next game. Let's jump to the Arjun and, Srinath game there. By the way, it feels like it's, completely even Stevens. White would love to come to the d7 square, but it's occupied. Black would love to take, but it's, defended. So right now, equal game. And then if the position is equal, we come back to the clock. And then Arjun has a huge lead there. But maybe it's too simple, Vedant bhai. Maybe Srinath can exchange pieces and then head off into some, dead drawn in game where he can just play with the second on the clock.
I think even if it is like he trades pieces, there are still like Arjun will somehow keep at least some complication on the board, even though he might take some risk and just try to flag his opponent because 3 minutes of difference on the clock. I think 3 minutes is at this such a big advantage. Like there is high chance you make a mistake. I mean, already he made an inaccuracy because you simply do not have enough time to grasp the complications, the complexity, the intricacies of the position.
Agreed. Is there any player who's going to play for E2 from India? Yes, I think we have Nehal and Arvind who have already qualified for the EWC. And we have, I think, a few spots remaining, but I think one spot from this India Rising event will directly qualify to the EWC. That's the big prize we are aiming for. Of course, the first prize is also 10 lakh rupees, which is amazing. But I think the EWC spot is the main one. And of course, we're going to have 4 qualifiers going into the close qualifiers from this match. Then we're going to have 4 more qualifiers from the title qualifiers today. That starts at 8:30. The difference being this one is open for Indian players and that one is open for everyone. And then tomorrow we're going to have a closed qualifier. वहाँ पे 8 player होंगे and उनमें से 2 लोग जाएंगे final में. So that will be fun as well. But yeah, let's see. For now, one step at a time. Let's start with this one. And by the way, already Arjun, slowly but surely, gaining an advantage if he finds rook to e8.
I think he will find rook to e8. It is such a natural move. You are playing for some tactical tricks. जो e4 का piece है ना, कहते हैं ना chess में, hanging pieces. Never keep your pieces hanging. Keep them protected by pawns or other pieces because hanging pieces are the ones जिस पे tactics आते हैं.
Yeah, agreed. And लोग पूछ रहे हैं प्रणेश किस पोजीशन पे है? He was doing pretty well with 3 out of 4, but he's losing to Vidit Gujarati. And the knight did get to e3, Vedant bhai, but somehow I got my knight to e5 and g4. It doesn't look that convincing anymore.
I think the bishop on h7. I mean, बेचारे को देखो वो क्या कर रहा है? Like full game, just sitting outside. Like poor guy has.
Yeah, if I put the pawn here, I don't think much will change. Actually.
I think actually I would prefer to have a pawn there because थोड़ा king ज़्यादा save होगा.
Agreed. So I think this feels like, although Vidit has to stay cautious of the clock there because only 3.5 minutes, but this one feels like a smooth ride. So checking out the games, which ones are remaining among the top players and everybody else as well. I'm going to jump to the game of maybe Arjun again because I think this is crucial. And yeah, he's taken on a4. Simplification is happening. Does Srinath have enough time to exchange all the pieces, Vedant?
No, I don't think. Even though he might be able to exchange it off by a miracle, I mean, simply the time. I mean, he has to play so fast. Like he has to make a move in literally less than a second most of the times just so that he can compete with Arjun's extra lead in the clock.
Yeah, and Srinath was his coach for multiple years. And I don't think they're working together anymore, but definitely, soft spot for each other there. And Arjun, of course, It's an important tournament for Arjun, by the way. I think who would love to qualify to the EWC. I think this is an event, a format which suits him because he's like an all-rounder, right? He's good at all formats, Vedant. He's good at online chess, good at over-the-board chess, good at rapid, blitz, classical. Like he's like this all-round player who can really do well at a tournament like EWC.
I think absolutely yes. I think Arjun Erikesi, like he's also one of the guys. I think he can beat anyone. He doesn't fear playing against anyone, be it white pieces, be it black pieces. I mean, you give Arjun his chance, his momentum. Magnus or koi bhi ho, like he will take it.
Yep, and if you're thinking why my camera is stuck, I'm going to change the batteries very quickly. But meanwhile, knight f3, only move played, and it's less than 2 minutes for Srinath now.
Yes, exactly. Less than 2 minutes for Srinath here. And also, the knight and the rook are a deadly attacking combination. Imagine, I don't, like, let's say the rook from e2 moves to the b2 square. The other rook can jump on the e1 square and it'll be checkmate also.
Oof. And I think Srinath taking a lot of time. I'm just wondering who takes more time, for me to reset my camera or Srinath making a move. I think, Srinath won. No.
Uh, I think before you get a camera, I think Srinath will resign. I have a feeling.
I have
think,
my camera. It's not switching on though. I don't know how to switch it on.
yeah, I think completely winning for Arjun Erigesi. He will be moving on to 4 out of 5 after actually a very, very big save in round 1 where he was losing against Iram Parthi, but he saved that lost endgame. And now rook a8. The rook is eyeing on the a1 square. अभी rook a1 check आएगा और white का king checkmate हो जाएगा.
Yep, I think that should be fine. I had to refresh the screen there. But okay, Srinath, minute on the clock. By the way, Vidit has defeated Pranesh. So that's one result. And Vidit, by the way, is now third in the stack. And Arjun also won. Wow. And look at the top 4 so far, Vedant. It's Karthikeyan, Arjun, Vidit, Ronak. The stars rising to the top finally.
They are rising to the top. And I think soon we will see the big clash between Vidit and Arjun. I think that will be a very, very, very important game for the overall standings.
Agreed. And I think we still have a couple of games going on. Let's have a look. Arvind is fighting it out. Pranav is fighting it out. Let's go to maybe Arvind's game because the rook end game is quite interesting. Apparently, you can just check the black king. Yeah, is there no way you can avoid the checks?
I think not really, because if you go too far away, white will win the e4 pawn and suddenly it will just liquidate into a drawn endgame.
Very
But
interesting.
why do I feel that actually white might start playing for a win here because of the extra minute on the clock?
It's tempting. See,
It's
imagine yourself being white here, Apurv. You are playing as somebody who's like a 2700 player. You have double the time. You know, like the game is maybe roughly balanced. This is your opportunity to beat him. Like you will likely play on, yeah. And okay, he takes a draw. He took that call. He was like, okay, draw काफी है मेरे लिए भाई.
आज बस हो गया. Draw is enough. And I think with that, it's safe to say that Arvind has a mountain to climb. I don't think even the remaining 4 games, he will be able to make it in the top 4.
Yeah, I think he will need a lot of luck to his go. It's possible, I think theoretically, but he has to win all the games, first of all. That's step 1. So let's go to, by the way, the game of Pranav Anand, who's winning against Ashwath S. And the winner of this game will go to 4 out of 5. So will enter the top 4. Crucial game, but okay, I mean, black is just dominating. Yeah, the white king is just surrounded by the black pieces.
Yeah, I think Pranav is completely winning here. I mean, the pawns on f3 and d4, just look at them. I mean, white ke pawns ko, I don't know, they will need like 5 years to queen. Black ka pawn is just like so close to the queening square.
Yeah, f2. I think that should do it. It's already minus
F2,
11 according to my bar. Not surprising at all. And I think if rook f7, maybe just bishop f4 somewhere or something else should be winning. चैट क्या लग रहा है? यस, अरविंद हैज क्वालिफाइड. चैट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक सो फार? 5 राउंड खत्म होने वाले हैं. हु डू यू थिंक इज गोना विन दिस इवेंट? और वो 4 प्लेयर कौन से होंगे जो क्वालिफाई करेंगे? डू यू थिंक द टॉप गन्स विन और डू यू थिंक वी गोना सी सम अपसेट? वेदांत भाई, रौनक जो लीड कर रहे थे उनका भी अपसेट हो गया भाई. सो वी रियली कांट प्रेडिक्ट यार कि बिल्कुल भी विद सर्टेनिटी कि ये एक बंदा भी जो है जो क्वालिफाई करेगा.
I have a feel. I'll tell you my top four. My top four will be Arjun, Vidit, Pranav, Anand, and Karthik and Murli.
इंटरेस्टिंग देयर. आई थिंक दैट्स अ फेयर टॉप 4. उसमें से 2 प्लेयर से क्वालिफाई करने के एटलीस्ट. बाय द वे, व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑफ दिस एंड गेम? यार कंप्लीटली विनिंग फॉर ब्लैक आई थिंक.
I mean, even if Black sacrifices Rook, he will win on time.
Fair enough. Yeah, there it is. Only one game remaining, and that is of my wife, of course. But will she? What's happening here, bhai? Oh, it's a draw. Yeah, I'm guessing.
I think it's her draw. I think, yeah, I don't see a way for Black, neither for White, to play on in this position.
Maybe black. Yeah, black plays on. And it's a draw. Okay, it's a draw. So that is it. Round 5 is over as well. We should have round 6 starting in just about 5 seconds or so. Vedant bhai, I think after round 6, maybe we might have one player. If, for example, Karthikeyan wins, he will have a huge chance of reaching the top 4, like with only 3 rounds to go.
I think, yes. I think we already have the games in action.
Yeah.
Karthikeyan is playing White against Vidit. Why do I feel this is going to be a Berlin defense and it is going to be a short draw?
No.
I think it's going to be a very short draw. I have a feeling. I think Karthikeyan is not going to risk it here.
You know, it's very interesting, chat, because these guys have been playing each other for multiple years. In fact, most of these top Indian players. So एक ना पर्सनल एक रिकॉर्ड रहता है कि मैं विदित से इतनी बार खेला हूँ, ये रिकॉर्ड रहा है. अगर अच्छा नहीं है ना, then you might go for it. Then I think what Vedant is saying is totally possible. So I don't know what their individual head-to-head score is overall in their live classical online. But if it is in favor of Vidit, I think Vedant, it could happen.
No, I have, because he's thinking, like it's not like he doesn't know the opening theory here. He of course knows like hundreds and thousands of lines here. He's like कि मैं कौन सा लाइन खेलूँ, क्या फिर कि आज जल्दी ड्रॉ कर लूँ, कि क्या करूँ. Like so he's actually calculating the possibilities, what will happen soon.
Agreed. And by the way, shifting, and also by the way, going to the Arjun game quickly while I prepare that link. So also looking very interesting. Yeah, I think crazy game between Pranav and Arjun.
I think a very fighting game, and as far as I know, Pranav is not the person who ever backs down. I mean, I know a very famous story where he was playing Anish Giri with the black pieces, and Anish offered him a draw on move 10 or 11, and of course Anish was 200 points higher than him, and Pranav declined.
Oh wow, look at this, by the way. So we've shifted back to that, 1 minute आगे वाला time trial वाला link, and already Pranav Anand seems to have a near winning position in just 1 minute of jump. Wow.
I mean the position. Oh, I think this is going to. White has played a very safe line.
Sorry, I had to flip the boards there, Vedant bhai. Just wanted to check everything for the producer here. Ki all is good. But yeah, coming back to the Pranav game.
I think I feel that Pranav is going to win this position. I mean, like his position is just so easy to play. The king is so weak. The bishop can go to g5. I mean, the d4 square is so juicy. And also, I mean, as I was saying before, Pranav is one of the guys he hates to make draws. I mean, he's always playing for a win. So, I don't think like either Arjun has to do some of his sorcery he had done before, or it will be very, very, very tough for him. I mean, 2.5 का advantage अगर जो बाहर दिखा रहा है, it looks very tough.
Yeah, it looks tough, but if anybody can pull it off, it's Arjun. Look at that h6 pawn, by the way, always, as you mentioned earlier as well, creating checkmating chances on g7. What does black do? It's a tough choice. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, jumping to the game of the leader, Karthikeyan Murli versus Vidit Gujarati. Again, looks quite stable, as you mentioned. Bishop pair for white, but black is very solid. But black has almost 2 minutes more, so interesting.
If I'm not wrong, Vidit had this exactly same position in the World Cup against Oro Faustino.
Interesting.
I think it was the exact same line, and वहाँ भी Vidit ने आराम से draw कर लिया था. I think ये गेम ड्रॉ होने वाला है.
Yeah, I think you might be correct there. Not easy. I think black is very, very solid. The queen trade likely to happen at some point as well. Black controls the only open file right now, so any exchanges would involve maybe rook e1, trading of the rooks as well. And even though white has the bishop pair, black has more space, so doing quite okay. And draw the most likely result 99.6 and 99.5 the accuracy by both players. Yeah, that just tells you
And
it's high class
just a
chess.
perfect game. Just
Yeah.
perfect chess.
Wow, look at this. By the way, Arjun completely busted right now. Look at this. The evaluation has gone to +4 now for Pranav.
I I think yes, and simply because black के pieces का coordination नहीं. I mean, the king is weak. The knight on e5, I mean, is just out of play. The pawn on h6, I mean, we just cannot understate the importance of that pawn. I mean, just look at the pawn. It's so beautiful. And also the problem is, I mean, if you're black, if you castle queen side, I mean, still your king is weak. If you castle king side, तो weak ही है. तो क्या करे black का?
Yeah, I think he should retire for this game maybe. Yeah, that's the only available option. And now rook c1 at some point looks so
I
natural.
think
You can even
plus
take on
5
e6.
for white. Plus 5 for white.
Wow.
I mean, the bishop can go to the f6 square. You cannot castle long. You cannot castle short. I mean, it can't. It looks like a complete nightmare of a position for Arjun. Anyways.
Agreed. Chat, question to you. Do you think Arjun holds this one? Come on, chat. What do you think? Any guesses? Yes or no jawab chahiye bas. Do you think Arjun can hold this? Right now, it looks impossible. Just want to compare the accuracy. 99.4 accuracy by Pranav and 86 by Arjun. This game has been a one-way street.
A one-way street. I think also somehow I feel that Arjun cannot resist the temptation of playing creative chess. I mean, like he's such a great player and he's so in creative chess. He's like, I don't care about the objective evaluation. I don't care. Like I might be winning $1 million, but मैं risk लूंगा. That is how I play chess. So it's obviously one of the most exciting. I think, at least in my eyes, he's my personal favorite Indian chess player out of the golden trio we have because he's always creative, he's always fun, and of course he's such an humble guy. So
Yeah.
yes, though he looks in trouble, I think only Arjun Erikesi can survive this, but it doesn't look easy.
Agreed. And chat, it's still we're getting a few no's and a few yes. So some people in the chat still have faith कि कुछ यहाँ पे twist आ सकता है. Maybe it's not going to be completely equal, but maybe at least थोड़ा एक resistance offer करेंगे यहाँ पे Arjun. So we'll come back to this game very very soon. Meanwhile, this is live chat. Ronak 4-on-4 loses the fifth game. Now is much worse in the next game as well against Arjun Kalyan, and this looks tough. Yeah, ready-made attack for white.
Wait, actually, Arjun Kalyan, after blundering in the first round, won all his games. Like,
Yeah.
with the first round में blunder किया था, but after that he is on a roll. He has won 4 games in a row. That's amazing.
Yeah, so Ronak struggling there. Let's see if he fights back. Meanwhile, jumping to the game of Vidit Gujarati with the black pieces. We discussed how this is going to be a draw. But Vedant bhai, I suddenly kind of prefer black. First of all, a4 is hanging. If you take with the pawn, I also have the d4 square later on. Your bishop on f1 is undeveloped. Looking at a pawn, like I feel like black has made serious progress here at least.
I think definitely yes. And apart from that, I think the main factor in the position is the extra minute and half Vijay has on the clock. I have a feeling that Karthikeyan might have gone too much into his own head. I mean, just sometimes क्या होता है कि chess players they don't only think about the moves, they think about all these situations. I mean, should I make a draw, should I play fast, should I play slow, should I play e4, should I play d4. I mean, इसके चक्कर में काफी बारी you spend a lot of time which costs you in the end game especially.
Yeah, and chat is demanding the games for Pranesh. Yes, Pranesh is right now losing against Ilam Parthi, although, it's still going on. The game could go either way. White does have enough pieces for the queen. It's just that somehow the king is also wide open and there could be a lot of checks. And this pawn is a strong asset for black here. It could be enough to win a piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have on camera, we have Ron
Oh!
Savani, Pranesh M.
Why?
I mean, Director Sahab
We
ki
have
jai ho.
We have cameras. Let's go, bhai. Let's go. We have finally the cameras. You can see Pranesh there locked into his game. So the cameras hai. Let's go to the game of Arjun Erigasi and see if we can see a minute change in expression from Arjun as he's -4.
I think Arjun -4 +5, whatever, he will just be like this.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Yeah, there he is.
Actually, this is the different. This is the other Arjun.
Yeah, we see him there. I think cameras also वो blurry और ठीक हो जाएगा अपने आप. But look at that pawn on e7, Vedant. I mean, this feels like it's right up Black King's throat, and now Rook e6 आ रहा है, and d5 is gonna fall as well at some point.
Actually,
Tactics
it's
could
such
be in the air.
a good position for White that even if it was Black's move, he cannot take the bishop on f6. I mean, the position
Yeah.
has so many weaknesses. Also, imagine if Queen goes to d7, there is a potential that White can take the knight on c4 because of pin hai pawn.
Yeah, agreed. And imagine somehow if the queen enters this diagonal, that is alvida kabhi mat milna, khatam game wahin pe. So I think Arjun
We see
needs a
Pranav.
near miracle, yeah?
Yeah, I think he definitely needs a miracle. And Pranav is just locked in. I mean, no signs of fear, no signs of nervousness. Oh, but Queen f4, it's +8 according to the eval bar. I think one or two precise moves and it should be GG. And
That's
no!
a slight.
Oh,
Oh,
oh my
mistake,
god! He
Queen
blundered
to-
the rook! He
Queen
blundered the
is
rook on
back.
c1! Oh my god. Queen d2. Oh, because you cannot take the knight on c4 because of bishop takes f2 check.
played
Oh my god. Oh
by
shit.
Arjun Erigasi is crazy, man. कैसे कर देता है भाई? +8 was the evaluation with that's like a rook and a piece.
I mean how? It's just amazing.
Wow, I'm genuinely shocked. And you know what happens usually in these cases, chat? Like, it's very hard for White to digest this now. Because this could
Why-
go the
no,
other way very quickly.
I think Arjun is going to win this. I mean,
Wow.
because
wow.
the psychological blow is so big here that it is just so hard to comprehend. I mean, I was +7. I was every move, literally any move was winning. And then there comes Arjun Erigasi, who takes the pawn, plays Queen d2, and boom, like, oh my god, that's a brilliant defense.
Yeah. Okay, Arjun is at least back in the game. So the game is not over, chat. Endgame में आ चुके हैं. Now this e7 pawn could be at some point just picked up by black, right? King f7 lake, and this could be a weakness. So it's still better for white. Great defense by Pranav. But man, what a turnaround, yeah?
Yeah, what a big turnaround actually. A big turnaround.
Shad, by the way, I think we have a few more games going on in round 6. It's very important because I think 2/3 of the event will be over once this game ends. So crucial round. By the way, Ronak Sadhwani is now close to winning. So he's turned the tide around and is again taking a claim that, you know what, I am going into the top 4 here. And Pranesh is lost against Ilam Parthi. So that is a heartbreak for Pranesh fans. Pranesh will be, 3 out of 6? That would make it almost impossible for him to qualify, I think, in the top 4.
3 out of 6 practically means it's over. Like, you have no chance.
Yep. So hard luck there. By the way, Rahul VS beating Srinath. Look at that move. Rook takes e6 to end matters. If you take bishop g6 comes up, and this could also be curtains for Srinath's chances, who will also go to 3 out of 6. So why heartbreaks happening in real time, Vedant?
Absolutely in real time. I mean, Rahul VS also a Grandmaster from Chennai. I mean, just such beautiful play by him. Black has no chance in this position.
Yep. And meanwhile, Divya Deshmukh has drawn her games, goes to 2.5. I think her chances are also likely over. Niri Bhai has won. Arey, nice to see him win again. My wife is still playing. Okay, not gonna go there. We must jinx na kar do si game. Going to Vidit Gujarati, by the way. क्या लग रहा है इस गेम के बारे में? I kind of like White's plan, but
I
is there
mean,
something Black
yes.
can do?
I think first of all, Black has an extra pawn. I mean, we should not forget that. And secondly, he again has a lead in on the clock, like an exit on the clock.
Very interesting. I think, yeah, when we have Vidit's camera, that will be, really helpful. But what does he do about this Queen B2 threat? Because the last move was actually Bishop A1. So White's plan is very clear. Give me 2 moves and I'll give myself the game. So what can Black do to block this diagonal Vedant somehow?
I think a move like yeah, I was actually going to say Queen E7, but even this move like Queen E7, let's say अगर Queen B2 गया तो फिर F6. I mean, I was trying to block somehow the diagonal and give back my extra pawn. I mean, if you see on the camera, Karthik and Murli, he's excited. You know, when you are a 2600 plus GM, you know कि sometimes you get a knack. You know कि हाँ यार यहाँ पे मेरा अपन थोड़ा गलत गया यहाँ पे I have a chance to seize the initiative. I mean, the eval bar, especially when it shows equal, it can be deceptive because equal doesn't mean it is equal right now. It means it is
Agreed.
equal if you played 5 or 7 correct moves from both the sides.
And this is an important moment. Black is threatening something insane. If you play pawn to d4, I think they could. I'm not sure if it's working. Maybe not. Yeah, I thought kuch hoga. Maybe d4 is not the correct move. Let's say queen c1 khela. There is bishop g2 as a threat.
I mean,
if you take
yes,
queen g4 with some crazy ideas.
Crazy ideas, definitely. Yes. Agar Sahil bhai, hypothetically, if we have to give a Marvel character to all the top players who are playing here, I mean, what Marvel character will you give to all of them?
By I think Vidit, if we can have Vidit's camera, I would love to. Karthikeyan, I think I'm thinking. Karthikeyan maybe could be like somebody stable, but like not like somebody like Tony Stark. Like he could be somebody like who's in the shadows supporting everybody else. I'm not sure who it would be, but any guesses from you, Vidit?
I think Karthik can be Doctor Strange, I somehow feel. You know?
Fair.
I mean, I think he
Fair.
can be Doctor Strange. I think with it, I mean, the most important question is who is Tony Stark of Indian chess?
Oh, bhai, that's tough. I think India में कोई Tony Stark है ही नहीं भाई. Like you have to be a bit. You have to be a bit. I don't know what's the correct word. I don't want to use a word here. But yeah, India में ऐसा कोई है नहीं भाई that way, unfortunately.
In India, में ऐसा कोई है नहीं. Yes. But who is the Thor of Indian chess? I think Arjun Erigesi is the Hulk of Indian chess.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think that's a fair assessment. I think for Vidit, maybe I'm going to choose somebody like, maybe Captain America. Like, I'm not sure, but could be.
Yeah, I think definitely because of the shield. Yeah, like he's such a solid player. That Gujarat.
Yeah. By the way, the clock is ticking for Vidit. And he's still thinking because it's almost the same time. I hope he plays quickly because time is more. Oh, he was thinking about Bishop G2 and finally plays it.
I think that is a sign of they're going to make a forced draw. He's just going to take the bishop on G2 and it's going to be a perpetual check. Perpetual check in chess is basically when there are so many checks you cannot escape it, and because of that, the game ends in a draw.
Yep, that is a draw. But you know what? Guess who's better? It is apparently Arjun Erigesi now. He worked his magic from +8 to -0.2. Vedant, why? How does he do it? मुझे भी skill चाहिए यार.
I mean, I'm running out of words at this point. I think Arjun is going to win this just because of the extra 30 seconds. And also, it's so hard to mentally from the fact that you had a +8 position and abhi you are like just fighting for a draw.
Agreed. And I think even if he had more time practically to defend this, sometimes can be tricky because White doesn't have an active plan. Okay, White does have an active plan, but I think there's always so many checks, right? For example, this already the bishop has to stay here. If the king comes up, maybe it becomes simple, but in 28 seconds, I am not so sure. Arjun likely to win this game as well. By the way, in the standings, Ronak Sadhwani and Karthikeyan Murli both on 5 points, and if Arjun wins, he will join them, and he will be in
Actually,
tied first place.
I am not so sure that Arjun is actually going to win this simply because White has created a very solid and stable blockade. I mean, like the B pawn is not going anywhere. There's a high chance that the G and the H pawn will be exchanged. So Pranav is playing extremely fast.
Bye. I think at the right. Oh, I thought right moment he might even take on f4 and play this, but okay, no, he's going king c2. Maybe the idea is to prepare like rook e1 and rook takes e5 at the right moment. Okay, no, but the white pawn will also queen, right? So not sure he can do that either.
I think it's not easy at all. I think. Oh my god! Oh. Okay, shit. Can we have Pranav and Arjun both their camera feed? Be so nice to see the reaction of the players.
Because Arjun's reaction is clearly he's pumping the air right now.
Yeah.
Could he?
I think Arjun after winning this game he will just do this.
Yeah, Panchal bhai, that moment indeed. And I think this is elementary for somebody like Arjun. Although time is a factor, you have to be careful. You never know. Yeah, one wrong check and white could just queen and it would be a dead draw. It's elementary, but I think with seconds on the clock, it's possible to go wrong.
I mean, like the players are playing so fast कि हमारा system. Oh shit, Pranav.
Oh, look at that reaction! Wow. Heartbreak for Pranav, man. Heartbreak for Pranav, but what a comeback from Arjun Erigesi. Showing his class, fighting till the end. And of course, we're going to check that moment where I think went wrong. This was the moment where he played king g5 and simply hung the knight. Wow.
Oh my god. Such a thrilling game. And just at the end of 6th round, just before the break, I think it's the perfect time to see at the leaderboard. क्या लगता है आपको साहिल भाई?
Agreed. And I think I'm checking if there are any games remaining. I think this is the last one, right? Yes, this is the last one. I think it's going to be over. There it is. It's checkmate. I think Pranav playing till the end. 2 seconds थे clock पे जब game खत्म हुई. So that tells you the importance of 2 seconds in your life. Time really matters. And maybe after 6 rounds, it's time to take a very, very short second break. But before that, can we have the standings on the screen? Vedant bhai, the standings are crazy because we have a 3-way tie for first place. And I think you were absolutely correct. Maybe I'm still not sure if we'll have 8 points, but we might have like 7.5 points for the first place. Yeah.
I think the first place definitely has to be 7.5. I think the second to fourth will be 7, or theoretically maybe the fourth player will be 6.5, but that is a very big ask.
Yeah, and also these guys will end up playing each other now, right? So, for example, we could have Ronak against Arjun, we could have something like that. So it's going to be very interesting. The pairings are very, very important in these rounds. 3 rounds to go. What would you say is the cutoff here, Vedant? Like, only players above these number of points have a chance to finish in the top 4.
I think anyone who has less than 4 out of 6 don't have a chance anymore. I think if you're 3.5 out of 6, practically it is over.
That's a fair assessment, and that means roughly 11 people in the race to finish in the top 4. That's already a 1 in 3 chance, more than a 1 in 3 chance to qualify. So we can take a very, very short break. On the other side, we can be back with the final 3 rounds.
Absolutely. Let's have a quick short break, guys, and see you back soon.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a short break in a minute. By the way, Vedant bhai, break तो ठीक है, but ये बताओ कि यार मतलब यार ये players ये blunder हमेशा क्यों नहीं करते भाई? Like I see these blunders, these GMs making these blunders, but ये पूछ लूँगा break के बाद. We'll take.
मुझे एक्चुअली ब्रेक की जरूरत पड़ेगी आपका क्वेश्चन आंसर करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये मेरे साथ भी क्यों नहीं होता है, लाइक ये हमारे साथ ही क्यों ब्लंडर नहीं करते.
Agreed. So let's think about this and we'll answer you after that very, very short break.
See you guys. Take care.
Every champion was once unknown. Every legend started in a room like yours. All this while we watched the world rise. Now it's time for the world to see us rise. The world's biggest stage is calling, and for the first time, India has a way in. Now we rise as one.
And we are back. Welcome Vedant bhai. Action right to the games because the games are heating up and look at the okay, my bad. Yeah. And we are back chat with the next round and this one is crazy. Round number 7. After that break, Vedant bhai, look at the pairing on board 1. Do you see something crazy happening?
I cannot see the pairing right now, but
I'm
definitely
gonna-
know something crazy is happening.
I'm gonna blow your mind. The pairing is Arjun versus Vidit. So chat, let's go. Let's go straight into that matchup. We are not switching the board for this one because this could be the clash of the event. Let's have the board set up. If possible, the cameras of both because this is a crucial game for the players. And I think if one of them wins, the chances of the other to qualify go down drastically, Vedant.
Exactly. But I have a feeling that players will not go all out in this game because somehow, with only 3 games remaining and you are playing a fellow Super Grandmaster, it makes a lot of sense to play it safe. It makes a lot of sense to target the relatively weaker players. But actually, that might be a very wrong strategy as well because यहाँ पे कोई weak है ही नहीं. I mean,
Weak
we
है
have
ही
seen so many upsets. There are no weak players, and we have seen so many relatively underrated players outperforming their rating, like beating top GMs. So I think it's anybody's game here.
And also, I think what you essentially need from here is at least 2 points, right? For let's say Arjun is on 5, he needs 2 points. With it, 4.5, maybe needs 2.5. What you don't want to do is draw this game and then lose the next one. So if, for example, for somebody like Arjun at least, he can go full guns blazing. If he loses, he still has a chance with 2 wins in a row. But, and if he wins, he's basically through, right? He's almost through. And there it is. We have the board in front of us. Chat, gonna go through the opening moves very quickly. It was 1d4. And look at this. Bishop goes to b2, bishop d3, and all the pieces being developed, ready for the battle. Finally, the central break, pawn to e4, bishop a3. Black wants to trade the bishops, has achieved his goal. And now knight comes to e5. If we can have the camera soon, be amazing. Vedant bhai, which side would you prefer? Would you prefer playing with the white pieces here or the black pieces?
I have a feeling that this is it looks such like a complicated position, but a lot of times when there is a lot of tension, जब बहुत pieces मर रहे होते हैं, तभी a lot of exchanges happen. So I will definitely not be surprised thinking that let's say both the pairs of the knights and the bishops get traded off and we get an end game. So even though Arjun has a 2.5 minute extra lead on the clock, the problem is the position is simple. And I also feel in some way that Arjun is not taking big risks here. He's playing it safe and solid, knowing that he's not in a must-win situation right now.
Agreed. I think that's a fair point, and I think depends on how Vidit wants to play it, because first of all, he's 2 minutes behind, which is already a huge ditch. And also second, I think he is half a point behind as well. So it's not going to be easy for him to decide whether he wants to push or not. And going to the runner game, I now see like a simplified position as well, but I see double pawns, I see pressure on the b2 pawn as well. Looks like a very dynamic game. Looks solid, but it's also very dynamic. Like imbalances there on the board for sure.
Absolutely. And the strength of this tournament is we just saw it that I think it's the first time we are seeing the game of Pranav V in this tournament. I mean, this guy is an absolute monster when it comes to online chess. Like, he has won title Tuesday so many times. I think his nickname, as all of you might know, is Buddy Pranav, one of the best online players from India. And even he is struggling in this rapid tournament. Just shows like क्या ही बात, मतलब मजा ही आ गया.
Agreed. And I think काफ़ी नेक टू नेक गेम चल रही है. आई एम क्वाइट क्यूरियस हु विंस दिस बिकॉज जो भी यहाँ हारेंगे टॉप बोर्ड्स पे उनके चांसेस बहुत कम होंगे. एंड आई वांट टू गो टू द गेम ऑफ प्रणव आनंद वर्सेस कार्तिक एंड मुरली. एंड हाउ इट यूजली हैपेंस विदान भाई इज you end up losing or drawing like a winning game. You have that psychological blow that you talked about, and suddenly next game you just collapse, and it feels like already Karthik and Murli close to winning this game as well.
I think if Karthikeyan wins this, it will be a very, very, very big win for him because he's already played against Vidit. I think. Did he play against Arjun? I'm not sure. I think he did not play against Arjun.
Yes, he's played.
But
he drew against Arjun.
yes. Did. So that means he will be 6 out of 7 with 2 rounds to go with 1 white pieces. I think he will be happy with a draw there. And he won't play someone very, very strong. I mean, he has already played against top GM. So I think seeing this game, I feel Karthikeyan Murli has a very coming in the top 4.
Agreed. And I think he seems to be dominating proceedings here. So let's jump back to a star game for this round. It is India number 1 versus former India number 1, Arjun versus Vidit. And the past seems to indicate that Vidit is better. But okay, I do see the pieces for Arjun, which have a clear goal. King de do mujhe bas, baki tum jo karna hai kar lo. But h6 and this subtle pawn move basically puts a spanner in the works for Arjun, right? Because तीनों piece का attack खत्म हो गया. And suddenly, like, we should be careful. He's given the d5 square as well. Like, Arjun could be over pushing in some cases here.
Exactly. And actually, I just saw Arjun wearing a jersey of some esports team. Am I wrong? Or
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So
Yeah, he's part of the NG esports team, and I think Arjun, from my end, is possibly, I don't know if this is like everybody agrees, but like India say Nihal and Arjun like the speedsters, right? Who can definitely even win the Esports World Cup for their team. I think Magnus won it last year, and I think of course Arvind is also qualified, but I think they genuinely have a chance of reaching the top 2, winning the event, and then it's huge prize money, huge points for their team as well. So I think opportunity अच्छी है, and Arjun can start by winning this event, for example.
Absolutely. And also, Sahil, I would ask you a more generic question. I mean, जब COVID था, unfortunately nobody could go out. I think chess players were probably the happiest athletes out there because we could play online chess. So chess, in a way, is such a cool game. Like, it's both the sport, it's both an esports. Like, it's such a unique game.
Agreed. I think we get the best of both. We get to treat it as a sport sometimes, and we also get to treat it as esports. I think there are benefits to it and cons as well. But at the end, I think I agree. I think many of the Indian top players, we saw that they couldn't play professional chess at least as much as they're liking for a couple of years. Then they came back and rose from 2600 to 2800 almost. At least for Arjun, it was 2800 in a couple of years. And I think they used that time to really prepare well and become the top players of the world, not just from the country. And we're talking about India number 1 Arjun here. He's not just the India number 1, right? He's been world number 3 already. I think even world number 2 he's been at some point, and even right now he's world number 8. So I think he's talking about a future world champion potentially. And although one of his weaknesses is sometimes over pushing.
I think this game is exactly showing the same point. I mean, yes, he got lucky in the last game, but doesn't mean he will get lucky every time. The knight on d5 is such a beautiful piece. I mean, white ka position aap dekh rahe ho, the rook on h4, the rook on d1, the queen on e2. Like, something is not right. There is no between the pieces. Black keeps it's so beautifully placed. I mean, the rooks are connected. The knight is on a beautiful outpost. Even though the queen, वो थोड़े कोने में लग रहा है, but it's putting a lot of pressure on the queen side. So I definitely feel it's much, much, much easier for black to play here compared to white.
Yeah, I love how you framed it. I think coordination missing hai. These rooks have a common goal, right, to pressure this. I think black के pieces harmoniously placed हैं, but white के pieces like तुम अपना काम करो, मैं अपना काम करता हूँ. It's like there's no coordination there. And of course, this battery If it was the opposite way, the queen being here, the bishop being here would be much more threatening, the queen coming to h7. But as it stands, it's not as threatening at all. So, and also time-wise, I mean, maybe Arjun is ahead, but it's not a huge difference at all. So I think Vidit Gujarati right now, possibly in the driver's seat.
I will make a bold prediction. Even though Arjun, I think Vidit will win this one. Because it is such a Vidit type of position. You know, chess players who know Vidit, he's such an artful and like he is not an attacking player, but he's so good at converting small advantages. आप उसको एक वीक पॉन दे दो वो वही पॉन को पकड़ के he'll play 30 moves 40 moves slowly nurture the pawn and win the game.
Yep, he's known to be a smart endgame player. Defeated Magnus as well with the black pieces in endgame. And chat, सवाल है आपसे भाई. What do you think happens in this game? So let's pick up Arjun because he has the white pieces. Win, draw, या loss for Arjun. What is your prediction? Meanwhile, another inaccuracy by the India number one.
I think the position is so hard for white to play. I mean, the rook on h4 or g4. I mean, like yes, you are putting some pressure on the g7 pawn, but the rook alone cannot do much. And also for black, f5. You know, man, like what if I just attack your rook now? कहाँ जाएगा rook? You go back to h4. I mean, you don't want to do that. Do you go to g6? But वहाँ पे, I mean, the king f7 will come and the rook will get trapped. So black is definitely in the driver's seat right now. Now it's very important for Vidit to not play very slow because अगर वो time pressure में win or Arjun I mean, boom, it's over.
And Chad, I think you can see the names of the players and the time at the bottom of your screen. If it's not, clear, do let us know. We can try to change it for tomorrow. Like, is it clear, yes or no? कि Arjun का नाम और clock नीचे आपको दिख रहा है, chat, let us know if it's clear. And meanwhile, I think I loved your move f5. In fact, one of the best moves there was also g5 with the idea to someday trap this rook as well. So lots of ideas for black, but he chooses b5 instead. Another logical move, making space on the queen side. So with it kind of playing on both flanks, not committing to any one plan.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Why don't we quickly move on to the other game? Maybe I think Karthikeyan did he already win the game against Pranav?
He's about to, I think. It's still going on. Although Pranav has 4.5 minutes, Karthikeyan has 2 minutes, brother. So I think it's definitely tricky, sometimes.
I mean, imagine if Pranav somehow reconfigures his mindset and it's like कि जो अर्जुन ने मेरे साथ किया था वो मैं भी कार्तिकेयन के साथ करूँगा. I will come back from a losing position and win.
Oh, that will require some courage, I think. It requires a mindset shift. By the way, a big mistake by Arjun Erigaisi.
Knight c3, I think? Or no, I'm not sure. Because
Queen e5.
Oh, that would be a blood. Oh, okay.
But it's a nice move. Basically, King f8 is the only move. King f8 or Knight f6. 2 moves for black. Otherwise, I think white is absolutely fine.
So I think the bar shows it's a blunder. From a practical perspective, it is the best move. Because, the position was so...
He's offering a repetition,
I mean, I think Arjun will be so happy if Vidit takes a repetition here. He'll be like, bhai, tu le le. It's okay. I mean, I'm white, I don't care. I just want a repetition.
Agreed. And I think also this knight is not stuck, right? If you move the knight anywhere else, queen e4 now could be a dangerous move to, kind of handle here for black. So as we discussed in this position, king f8 was the move. Very hard to play such moves, by the way, moving the king towards the center where it could be weaker. So knight f6, an understandable human choice by the former India number one. But rook f4 now, and again, he finds king f8 now. So now bishop b1, only move for Arjun, but a very logical one, because the pawn is simply hanging.
I think the biggest one with black's position is the queen on a3. I mean, it is like the only piece which is discoordinated. All the other pieces are working together in harmony, but the queen on a3, it's not doing much. And also because of the pawn on c5, I mean, like it just cuts the queen off. Like, they say कि आप अपने pieces को साथ में रखो. Like they are friends of each other. But the queen on a3, it feels off the game.
Agreed. And Rook D5 is kind of a solid choice, right? It's like, saying, I don't need to hurry with my moves. I can just hold fort, and not allow your pawns to move. Keep the pressure up on the D5 pawn. And White also doing the same. Both players just improving their position gradually.
Absolutely, absolutely. As black, I would somehow try to get my queen into the game. I mean, a move like queen b4, कि d4 pawn पे भी थोड़ा pressure बनाए, and also just somehow trying to get, again I feel कि even though Arjun had such a bad position, he is always very fast. I mean, look at him. He had a bad position. He doesn't care. He's just playing the best moves with a lot of speed.
Agreed, brother. Yes, I think I can again see chat कुछ time का issue है. We'll fix it. By the way, 2 मिनट है अर्जुन के पास, 1.5 मिनट है विद्युत के पास, so 30 second का है. You can see it on the board by the way now कि भाई clock का time क्या है. A3 B4 Arjun slowly squeezing matters here. Vedant bhai, this is turning the other way again, and suddenly I like this pawn chain, to be honest.
Absolutely. And also, if you see, suddenly all of White's pieces are coming together. I mean, Pele and also the bishop, like it's so beautifully placed on A2. Baki sare pawn dark squares pe hai, and the pawn, all of White's pawns are on the dark squares, and there is a light square bishop. So it's some beautiful play by Arjun here.
Agreed. And what time difference is a huge factor, and you could see some exchange sacrifices at some point as well. So, and any knight d5 could just lead to trades as well. Rook e5. Every move is like improving White's pieces, yeah?
Absolutely. And also, I have a feeling that Arjun is looking for a king side attack. मतलब G4, G5 करके कहीं ना कहीं वो कुछ करेंगे. And also the queen, वो B2 पे अभी है. But I won't be surprised if it comes to the E3 square closer to the king side, there is a high chance of a king side attack.
Yep, he's moving in that direction. By the way, Queen C3, keeping everything under check. 95, he has to take, I think. Okay, exchanges, F7 attacked, has to react, by the way. 1 minute, 10 seconds for Arjun and 1 minute for Vidit. This is getting right down to the wire. Do you think this is a draw or a result, Vedant bhai?
I think Arjun will win this.
Oof.
I think Arjun will win. I'm not saying it just based on the objective evaluation of the position, but I'm saying it change in the nature of the position. I mean, he was worse before. Now he's not worse anymore. And it makes a big difference. It makes a psychological difference.
Agreed. And chat, yes, I think that's great feedback to increase the size. Ideally, we would love to add the cameras there, so size automatically adjusts ho jayega. But meanwhile, Arjun keeping the pressure on. Vidit now is ahead on the clock. Oh, they have drawn.
Oof.
Wow.
So a big save for Arjun. I guess he was in serious trouble. And Karthikeyan Murli is again completely winning. Even though he has only 30 seconds. Wait, what? I mean, only 30 seconds, and he's playing a bit strange. I mean, मैंने कभी king okay, he's putting his king on h4. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the king is away from any checks. अभी 2 passer है, कहाँ से बचाओगे ये position? I think it's completely lost now.
Yep, and this means because I think Karthikeyan is on 5, he's going to go to 6 points and will be in sole lead at the event with 2 rounds to go. So Vedant, that means Karthikeyan, even if he gets 1 point in the next 2 games, he's likely going to qualify in the top 4. We're going to have Arjun in second place with 5.5, and then we're going to have, I think, 4 people, sorry, on 5 points. In fact, 5 people. Ronak, Sankalp, Vidit, Karthikeyan and Pranav. So, would you say with 2 rounds to go, anybody who has 5 points or more is in the hunt? Only?
Yes. I think anyone with more than 5 points out of 7 has a chance. Uske niche, I don't think
got it. So,
possible.
Yeah, so Karthikeyan jumps to 6 points. Second place, Arjun 5.5. And third place, we have a 4-way tie between Ronak, Vidit, Sankalp and Pranav. So likely 6 players fighting it out for 4 players. Of course, somebody could from 4.5 have a crazy run and then have great tie breaks, but it's very hard to predict. Right now, I think the round has begun. The second last round. Let's go. It is Arjun versus Ronak this time.
Arjun versus Ronak. Oh my god.
And look at what he played!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh wow!
I
And you know what he's doing?
this I think
He's
he's playing
basically
with black.
playing with the black pieces, yeah. Ah, yeah,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
he's playing with
yeah.
the black piece. I think he's playing with the black piece. I mean, कैसा आदमी है ये? I really need to understand Arjun Erigesi. Both like literally he's playing for I don't know a spot in the Esports World Cup, 10 lakh rupees on the line, and Mr. Arjun Erigesi plays A3. They're like, तू खेल तो जब तुझे खेलना है. I will play A3. We will play a fresh game right from the start.
Agreed, and I love his approach because it usually works at confusing most of your opponents. And I remember Arjun final round of the Olympiad played the Scandinavian defense 1e4 d5, had a lost position. We thought he might lose, but he fought back. Step by step, striking back in the game, and suddenly he was winning. So it just happened every single time. And we saw it happen today as well. Let's see what happens in this crucial game because Ronak had a great start, 4 out of 4, and suddenly has lost 2 games in the last 3 games. यहाँ पे if Ronak loses, I think he's out of contention. So बहुत 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 crucial game.
Oh, what a move! G4. I mean, such creative play. Such creative play.
And anybody who's a beginner, you've heard this advice: do not push pawns in front of your king because your king will become weaker. But this doesn't apply if you're Arjun Hari, guys.
I think
You can keep
I
pushing
think I
these
will.
pawns.
Yeah, I think I will make a new. If you're a beginner, don't follow Arjun Erigesi.
Yeah, I agree. I think G5 now, knight has to go passive, then H4. Okay, he starts with this move, also very logical actually. Now, although this pawn is under attack, so where do you move? Maybe bishop E3 wasn't the best move order, yeah?
I think we have to make a new bar, like normal लोगों के लिए evaluation bar. For Arjun, it will be Arjun bar. I mean, -1 should be equal.
I agree. I agree. I agree. And by the way, look at this. I want to go to this position. यहाँ पे आया. This was a blunder by Arvind, which is shocking. Takes and simply bishop G6, yeah?
Oof.
FG6 and now Queen D5, losing a pawn, breaking the
I mean-
structure, and feels like, yeah.
I mean, as I've
This
told
is
you
lost.
before, Ilam Parthi with white, I mean, he's just a beautiful tactician. I mean, उसको एक tactic दे दो, he will just munch down on it.
Yeah, and the rook on 8 seems to be hanging. There are tactics, but I think they don't seem to work for black. Bishop H2 के बाद, just don't take the bishop and allow Queen H4 check. You can just play the King to F1, and I think Ilam Parthi could win this against Arvind. So meanwhile, jumping to the game of Vidit against Sankalp, what do you make of this position here, Vedant?
Okay, I think Vidit has a very clear and simple strategy. He's playing it safe and solid, but also putting pressure. I mean, on one side we have Arjun Erigesi, who is like, I don't know, I will just throw pawns, I will throw pieces, and I will play my style. On the other hand, we have Rahul Dravid of Indian chess, Vidit Gujarati, playing principled classical chess, no weaknesses, solid moves, simple moves, still putting pressure. So, chess का एक ये खासियत है, there's not only one way of success. You have to find recipe. You have to play what you like, and that is going to help you.
Yep, and I think I love the bishops right now. Of course, black can take, but then that will bring my second knight into the game. Not sure how, white feels about. Also, bishop a3 is a nice move, pressuring this e7 pawn, which is hard to defend, yeah, because if you play here, then f7 could be soft. So let's see how, Sankalp plays this. Not an easy position to handle. By the way, jumping back to the Arjun game, because it's become very spicy, I think this is where we left it, right? Somewhere around d5. G5, H4, Queen A4, takes on D5, exchanges the bishops, takes on D5, and now Queen trade. In the end game, which side do you prefer, Vedant?
I think white a little bit more. And I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think somewhere, because of the pawn on A3, white is going to win. मतलब अर्जुन का ये पूरा टाइम ट्रैवल था, लाइक he knew कि मैं पहले मूव पे एंड कहीं ना कहीं इट वाज गोना हेल्प मी.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. एंड चैट में कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि प्रणेश के पास चांस है क्या. प्रणेश अनफॉर्चुनेटली is out of contention. I think he's kind of collapsed. I think he has 3 out of 8 points. so far, and to qualify you would need at least, we are guessing, 6.5. So Pranesh unfortunately is out of contention, at least from this spot at the EWC. Of course, he has another shot, by the way. We have the title qualifiers later in the evening, so he again can qualify via that path, so he will have one more opportunity. But meanwhile, jumping back to the game of Arjun here, let's have a look what happens in this end game.
Knight e4. I mean, he's playing around with tactics. Bishop e7. Okay. I have a feeling that this is going to end in a draw. Just because there is like itna material itna kam bacha hai board pe. And also white's position is very loose, in a way. Like all the pawns are a little weak. But on the other hand, I mean, black ka jo knight hai on h4, it's out of the game. And he brings it back.
That's why he plays it, yeah?
Very logical. Yeah, that's why he plays knight f5. Very logical. I think
I don't understand
since the material...
Yeah, chat is asking, I don't understand the qualification part. So chat, I'll explain it to you very briefly. So we have one spot at the EWC that, players can hope for to attain from this India Rising event. वो एक spot है. उस एक spot के अंदर अब qualification process कैसा है? We have one title player qualifier that starts at 8:30 p.m. today, and same time we have one Indian qualifier which is going on right now. Both the tournaments will have 4 players moving to the next round, right? So 8 player, 4 यहाँ से next stage पे जाएंगे. Next stage है कल. उन 8 में से फिर 2 ही लोग रह जाएंगे जो जाएंगे finals में. That is going to happen in Mumbai on July 4th. And उन 2 में से जीतेगा will get that one spot at the EWC. So 3 levels है यहाँ पे. अभी first level में हम है. So आज का गोल है किसी भी एक टूर्नामेंट पे, अभी वाले में या शाम वाले में, इंडिया क्वालिफायर या टाइटल क्वालिफायर में से टॉप 4 आना. I hope that clarifies things.
Actually, I have a question. Is there a chance that 2 non-Indian players play the finals? Is it a possibility?
Definitely, I think. Definitely a possibility. Wait, what just happened?
By the way, it's just a big blunder. Oh my god. I can't figure out it fully, but I think...
I think because you can't move the pieces anymore.
I think you can't move the pieces anymore. And also, he's a pawn down. I mean, the A pawn is going to go A5, A4, A3, A2, A1. How do you stop it?
Bhai, the bishop is dominating the knight perfectly. You cannot move the knight anywhere without dropping this pawn. And Ronak Sadhwani is about to beat. Wow.
I mean,
okay,
if
I think we
Ronak wins this game, it will be crazy. It will be crazy.
And look at the standings there right now. Karthik and Murli on 6 points, Arjun on 5.5. If he loses this, I think he's going to be on the edge of elimination there. He will have to win the final round on demand.
Absolutely. And also, I think the players on 4.5, I mean, if they have a chance to be at 5.5, they might have a small outside chance.
Agreed. I think the ones with the best tiebreak, definitely. I think Ashwath and Apoorv might have a chance if they win the final round. So let's rush back to the board there, because final moments of the Arjun game going on. He swindled a couple of games. Can he pull off another comeback? By the way, decent pawn ko keh do goodbye. Lag nahi raha hai yahan se bach payenge wo.
I think, and the thing is, for the first time in the whole tournament, Arjun ke opponent ke paas unse zyada time. And it's a 2.5 extra minutes, which means, okay, I think for a player of Ronak's caliber, I think he should win this.
Agreed. And it's crazy, by the way. Pranav and Karthikeyan is equal right now. Arjun is losing. Vidit and Sankalp is equal. Then Arvind is losing to Ilamparthi. Again, the top seeds kind of faltering in the second last round. And the white rook is, of course, going to win a couple of pawns here. बट ये एक पॉन काफी, अगर ये क्वीन बन गया तो बाकी क्या फायदा गेम खेलने का?
I think it's practically over. I mean, black just plays king c6, a2 खेलेगा, rook से बचा लेगा, rook goes to a7, protecting the pawn. And again, the knight, such a poor piece, is dominated by the bishop on b4. Just beautiful play by Ronak Sadhwani.
Yeah, white is pushing pawns, but don't see any risk for black. King is walking up all the way. I think you're ready to play a2 as well already. Arjun is tricky, of course. He is setting up some traps, but right now, Ronak Sadhwani about to win.
Yeah, I think it's actually a very easy win with a move or two precise. Like even if black plays let's say rook e7 or उसने मार दिया रुक, like रुक से राइट मार दिया, still I think it's a winning position.
Yep. And let's see what he does. By the way, 5 minutes 26. This is easy pickings for somebody like Ronak. Um,
Yeah.
Jumping to the Vidit game very quickly. I think just want to check there. I think this looks quite solid for both sides with pawns on only one side of the board, right? एक ही side पे तो queen करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा. Maybe a draw incoming here as well. Yeah, so 5.5 for both players.
I think a draw is a very likely result in this position, which is a good thing for black. I mean, holding with it with black pieces is a good result. I think Vidit won't be so happy with this draw because it means that he has to somehow score a win. I mean, like, does he score with black? Does he score with white? I think draw is not something Vidit is so happy about.
Chat लग रहा है कि कार्तिक एंड मुरली could be the first guy if this round goes his way to qualify. बाकी तीनों spots final round में ही decide होंगे. This is getting very very close. Knight d5 played, offering another trade, right? Bishop g7. Okay, avoids the trade for now, but not for long. And don't see this game ending any other way. Jumping to the Arjun game again. Yeah, this is all
Yeah, I
but
think he
over. Look at
plays-
this. Rook takes e4. The move you
I
mentioned,
think
and it's all but over.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's all but over. Oof, a big upset for Arjun. I mean, I think he will be cursing himself for playing 183. Like, थोड़ा ज़्यादा creative हो गया this time. Because simple win.
Yep.
I mean, black will queen and then just an extra piece with extra 2.5 minutes on the clock. I think it's just over in this position.
He's still trying, man. Arjun never gives up. He's like, भाई मैं दोनों pawn खा लूंगा king से. कहेगा
I
loss.
think अभी वो खेलेगा f6 खेलेंगे and then he will just put his bishop on h6 square like just f6 g6 होगा and ये ऐसे bishop b2 bishop यहाँ से d2 से h6 आएगा and it will be like जो करना है कर ले तू आज.
Yeah. Yep, agreed. And final moments, bishop b2 played. Doesn't change much. You can change the move order now. You can now play f6. And yeah, there it is.
I mean ये
If you
चक्र
take
भी तो
the-
अर्जुन भी नहीं तोड़ सकता.
अरे वाह भाई बिल्कुल सही बोला. And there it is, resignation, and Ronak Sadhwani goes ahead and is now on 6 points in tight first place. Karthik and Murli, by the way, is better. Bhai, he could go to 7 and could be the first confirmed guy to qualify into the top 4.
I mean, Karthik and Murli is just winning with black pieces. I mean, what is he doing? Like, just with black pieces, he's winning every game. That's such a fantastic thing.
Agreed. And I think offering an exchange, but ये pawn के बारे में भूल गए हो मेरे दोस्त. I mean ये तो मैं खा जाऊंगा. वो भूख भी बहुत लगी है. Knight takes b2 and if you play rook b1 then I have bishop takes a3 as well. So एक से भले दो.
Exactly. And Sahil, bhai, just to come back to my question, is there a possibility that two non-Indians qualify for the finals? Like, is it a possibility?
Definitely, I think, right? Because you're gonna have 4 qualifiers in the next tournament that starts at 8:30. Let's assume all 4 are non-Indians. Then you will have those 4 play the 4 from the Indian qualifier, and if those 4 win, then of course they could have 2 non-Indian players in the finals. It is totally possible, and regardless, I think it will be a show because जो भी जीतेंगे, they will not only be top players but also top players in form. तो जो final रहेगा वहाँ पे, it's gonna be an insane matchup and with everything at stake, right? Because आप second तक आ गए तब भी spot miss कर दो, it's heartbreaking.
It's very heartbreaking. And also to remind the viewers, the final will be held in the city of Mumbai, my beloved Mumbai, on the 4th of July. So tomorrow we won't get the winner, but we will get the finalists.
Yeah, and chat, by the way, Knight G5 played. I think this is going to end in a draw. Both players के पास have like 2.5 minutes or so. I think don't see, although with its rooks I kind of like, are very active. Could be threatening 96 check right now, so black has to be careful. But still don't see like a huge way for white to put a lot of pressure. I think time is the only way he can really win this game. And also the people we talked about, right? The ones on 4.5, a good tiebreak, are also losing. So I think the field is narrowing down to those top 6 players. And कितना crazy है, last round आने वाला है, अभी confirmation एक player का भी नहीं है वेदांत भाई. Like it's right down to the wire.
right down to the wire. But I think if Karthikeyan wins this, he practically qualifies. I think if Karthikeyan manages to convert this position, he will practically qualify, and I think he has a very good chance to do it. Like though pass pawns hai queen side pe, like just somehow has to coordinate his knight back into the game. I think, but also like we should not forget he's playing Pranav V. And another factor I forgot to tell about is Karthikeyan only has 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. Oof,
Yeah,
this is not so simple.
that is a huge factor actually. And especially when you're losing the b5 pawn, you could lose the c7 pawn, then all you have is actually the a4 pawn. And in time pressure, you make one mistake, somehow lose this, then white starts playing for the win. So I think this game is anything but over. Pranav is thinking, but I think he should play quickly because there's a genuine opportunity for him to defeat the leader. And if Pranav wins, we could have like an insane 3 or 4 way tie on 6 points, and then we could not know even one confirmed player, Vedant.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the best for from pure entertainment perspective is Pranav winning this, and we don't know who will win in the last round. But imagine Sahil, if some player loses out just on some small tiebreak margin, like how heartbreaking that would be.
That would be heartbreaking, I think. But I think with these players playing so many events at this point, I think they must be used to those heartbreaks as well. कि भाई tie break पे आया, oh no, मेरे एक opponent ने उससे खेला और मेरा आधा point चला गया. I think they are kind of used to it. So, but yeah, it's going to be heartbreaking, of course. But the rook takes b5 finally played. I just feel like he took too much time. But bishop d7, bring the knight, d5, forced move. Maybe just now bishop b2 and let's start pushing the a pawn all the way to queening square.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you see, the c7 pawn was weak, so that's why black plays bishop d6 and f3. I don't like this move so much because c6 का जो pawn है, that is weak. I mean, black can probably go rook a6, hit the pawn on c6, and he goes knight e5 actually. Very interesting move. I did not see that one, but the same idea, like putting pressure on the c6 pawn. I think the
Yeah.
time pressure is actually helping black more than it is helping white.
Yeah, and now the difference has reduced to only 30, 40 seconds. Let's keep pushing that pawn. The bishop on d6 doing a great job. Look at this. Look at this piece, by the way. Defending the weakness, defending the asset, and also defend. I mean, this is like a masterpiece, yeah, on d6. Doing so many jobs. And I think
It will be
Pranav's time
fun to
advantage
get-
is, yeah. Yeah, Vedant.
I think it will be fun to get Karthikeyan's camera on the stream just to see
Yeah.
if he wins. Like, does he show some emotion or not?
Agreed. And by the way, Vidit has drawn against Sankalp. That is confirmed. Arvind has lost to Ilam Parthi and Arjun has lost to Ronak. So right now we have Ronak and Karthikeyan in tied first place, but Karthikeyan is still playing. Arjun, Sankalp, Vidit, Ilam Parthi, 4-way tie on 5.5 points. And then we have Pranav, Arjun Kalyan, and so many people on 5. So I think it feels like Arjun, he lost, but I think because other people also lost, I think he's still in the running, yeah?
Oh, I mean, I think black might just blundered in a way, but he gets back the pawn. Oh, this is tricky. This is tricky because it's coming down to the wire. It's not so easy because का जो है position has zero weaknesses. All of his pieces are protecting each other. Yes, he has less material, but oof, h5. Okay,
Oh,
black
this
is
is
trying
tough,
to get
man.
some more weaknesses. This is tough. Check, check, check. Coming. White is playing very fast. Black is trying to reroute the knight. Attacking the rook. Rook goes to a3. Knight d5 back again. Knight is and yeah, he takes e3. Knight f5. I think objectively this position is a draw, but it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be who has the better
Yeah.
mouse skills.
Yeah, I think Black wins this one. I think it's so hard to keep. Black can give you a check at any point, right? Like it's just you are the one who's gonna waste a second every time a check is given. You can't possibly know for sure the check is coming. And this is very, although you should be careful of repetitions, yeah, because if you repeat the position thrice, it will be an automatic draw. You don't claim anything.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Okay, he's giving a couple of checks. He's moving. I'm scared that गलती से 3-4 repetition ना हो जाए.
Yeah, हो सकता है.
So
Oh,
he
okay,
takes the
now
point.
it's not going to happen.
Okay, now I think with this practically Karthik and Murli, I think he. Okay, it's getting very tense.
Okay,
Both
5
players-
seconds. Why?
5 seconds.
Why could
It's
win
getting
this
tense.
as well, yeah?
The queen is coming.
Queen!
I
Queen
think-
on the board!
I think-
Is he going to lose?
Okay, it will be crazy if Black loses this one. The players are just too fast. We don't know what is happening.
Bhai, Rook D2 pre-move आ चुका है. You already know it's happened.
I literally don't know what is happening. I literally don't know what's happening.
Queen F3 pre-move. Queen F3 pre-move. I think Black wins this one, yeah? Queen E4 pre-move.
It would be crazy if it's a draw. It would be crazy if it's a draw.
Agreed. Take that pawn. Take that pawn. Yeah, now he can't lose at least. Oh, he has less time. Black has less time. Black has less time. Black lost, yeah?
No,
Okay,
it-
you will
it-
draw.
I think it's a-
Wait, what happened? It's stuck. Come on.
Okay. Oof, it's so interesting. It's so interesting.
2 queens on the board. भाई स्टेलमेट भी हो सकता है यार.
ये थोड़ा crazy हो रहा है.
भाई, come on. Give us the.
I think even the server is unable to process their speed. Like they're so fast.
Bhai, this is too fast. They are pre-moving every second. It's mate in 2, by the way, in the normal circumstances, with 1.6 seconds for white and 2.5 seconds for black. At least it seems that way. Oh, this is very close to stalemate, by the way.
Yeah, very close, very close.
Come on.
I think game
Like Queen
already,
is.
yeah, I think the game has already probably concluded, but the servers
Yeah.
are not
Catching
able to
up.
speed up the players.
Bhai, Queen is. Now it's mate in 1. Okay, it's gonna be over, I think. Queen B5 is mate. Wow, that was close, man. That was really close.
That was close. That was very close. And with that, Karthik and Murli practically books his spot, I think. I think it'd be safe to say Karthik and Murli books his spot because last round unka wide rahega. I think he'll be like, जिसको मेरे से draw
Yeah.
करना कर लो. I don't care.
Why? Karthikeyan on 7, Ronak on 6, and then we have a 4-way tie on 5.5. Arjun, Sankalp, Vidit, Ilamparthi. So it feels like उन
Yeah.
6 में से ही we're gonna have top 4, and it's Arjun versus Arjun for the spot. भाई 2 अर्जुन का आपस में मैच है भाई. कौन जीतेगा भाई?
I think Arjun जीतेगा.
अरे वाह भाई मतलब ऐसी क्रेजी प्रेडिक्शन कैसे कर दिया आपने भाई? मतलब बोल्ड.
थोड़ा crazy हो गए. तुम बोल रहे. But I think Arjun जीतेगा जो black है यहाँ पे. तो Arjun एरिकेशन.
Yeah, definitely possible. By the way, this is drawn. भाई ये स्टार्ट कब
Yeah,
हुआ,
yeah.
खत्म कब हुआ?
I think it was Ronald still with it. Was it? I think
Yeah.
तो मतलब this was like I think it's a very well known
Yeah.
way to play like make a draw.
And basically, chat, इससे I think Ronak goes to 6.5, Vidit goes to 6. Now Vidit is in 3rd place right now. 5.5 पे अभी 3 लोग हैं. So Vidit ने किस्मत पे छोड़ दिया है basically वो draw करके. He's left it to luck whether he qualifies in the top 4. अब बाकी लोग decide करेंगे whether Vidit goes through or not. So he's right now in 3rd place. 4 ही spot जा रहे हैं. He's not first, he's not second. Let's go to Arjun's game now.
But does that mean like Karthikeyan has confirmed and he's qualified?
Yes.
And Ronak Sadhwani also has like a more than 70% chance to qualify.
I would say more than
Because
90%
Ronak-
chance now to
Yeah,
qualify.
because Ronak has higher points than Vidit. And
Yes.
Ronak practically, even if he has equal points with someone like who wins right now, just because of better tie breaks, I think he will qualify.
I think he has already qualified because अभी 5.5 पे 3 ही लोग हैं, and I'm guessing like at least 2 of them must be playing each other, right? Or no? I'm checking.
And I think
Sankal.
someone
Who
will
is
be playing Karthikeyan also, right?
Sankal is playing Karthikeyan. Very interesting. So yeah, technically he's not qualified then because 3 people could win and reach 6.5, but all the 3 would have to win. So Arjun would have to win, Sankalp would have to win, and then also like Ilamparthi would have to win, and then he could lose his chance. So 95% through for Ronak, I would say.
Yes, very logical. But
And
I
rest, of
think-
course, it's all up for grabs.
I'm not sure if what Will did was a very smart thing. Like
I
I think
agree.
maybe a very practical thing, but it can also backfire because इतने जल्दी draw लेना, I mean, because Ronak practically was happy with the draw. I mean, like he's like कि हाँ भाई अभी तो
Yeah.
मैच करके आया हूँ मैं 95% chance है मेरा. But with it, maybe he's a genius, or maybe this was an unfortunate decision. We will get to
भाई
know.
वही होता है ना, क्रिकेट में बैट्समैन बाहर निकल के मारता है, या तो वो बाउंड्री लाइन के पार जाएगा और बोलेंगे कमेंटर्स ओ व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल शॉट भाई, एंड वो हल्का सा कैच हो गया तो क्या जरूरत थी अभी मारने की,
क्या
लाइक इतना बढ़िया चल रहा था. सो इट्स द सेम dilemma unfortunately that the end result kind of dictates whether your decision was really smart or not, and I think it's all up to luck now. Meanwhile, good news for Ronak, Ilamparthi is worse against Pranav, so that's good news. But meanwhile, let's stick to this game. Which color would you prefer to play from here, Vedant? White or black?
I think black because of the bishop pair. I mean, black का pawn structure थोड़ा खराब है, but you know, like if you see the f8 वाला bishop, it will come to g7, and somehow like black's pieces put pressure on white's position. It's weird to explain, but the rook on g8 is putting pressure on the g2 pawn. The bishop on c6, of course, always putting small pressure along the long diagonal. यार आई मीन जब मैं अर्जुन को देखता हूँ ना मुझे लगता है कि काश मेरे पास भी इतना कंपोज्ड लुक होता. लाइक ही इज नेवर स्ट्रेस्ड.
Yeah, I think he has stress inside, but I think he's kind of, maybe he's something he's trained. Yeah, like maybe he doesn't want to be too emotional during games. I have seen him like a bit essay holding his head and so on, but that's the peak of his reactions. In complete contrast to somebody like Hikaru, you can literally read the eval bar with his expressions, I think. So it's different style, and I kind of like this because it's a poker face. You can't judge whether he's worse or winning, and I think we even posted a video जहाँ पे हमने कहा था शक्ल देख के बताओ whether he's winning or losing. Like people couldn't guess anything. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, and one brief look at the leaderboard quickly after round 8 because that's going to set the tone of what the players need. And there you see it. Karthik and Mulri through. Ronak Sadhwani 95% through. But I think all the way till number 7, anybody has a shot to qualify. So let's see who does with it. By the way, in third place, who's already drawn very quickly. Was it a master stroke? Or was it a blunder? Only time will tell.
Exactly, only the time will tell. But I like Vidit is on 6.5 out of 9, if I'm not wrong.
6. I think that point has counted already. Yeah.
If it has already counted, then I am not so sure. Then I'm not so sure. Because
Yeah,
6,
depends on whether. Yeah, it's tough.
yeah, but actually,
By the way,
Sahil, your prediction was much more accurate than mine. Like I suspected 7 to be the safe spot, but you said 6.5 will be the safe spot. I think
Yeah, man. I think it's a lot of bloodbath here. I think whenever we see these guys, ना इनका आपस में पड़ता ही है last rounds में, and one guy will defeat the second will defeat the third, and third will defeat the first. It's like a triangle of misery where nobody is allowed to crawl up the rankings. And I think probably Karthik and Mulri, who's by the way worse against Sankalp. So Ronak's spot on the thread, and by the way, Arjun is much better. What just happened? King B1 was a big mistake, and after your move, Bishop G7. Oh wow, F4 is just winning.
composed. And जैसे मैंने बोला था, Arjun will win in this Arjun versus Arjun battle. So Arjun has won.
Vedant bhai, jitne wins आएंगे उतना Vidit will have to sweat, because if Arjun wins, he's already going to be pushed to the 4th rank, and that's one step away, one spot away from not qualifying.
I know what Vidit is doing right now. He's meditating.
Watching the stream. अच्छा,
वो मेडिटेशन कर रहे हैं. Vidit knows कि अभी मेरे हाथ में कुछ नहीं है. अभी मैं मेडिटेशन करूंगा.
I think he will have, even if he doesn't qualify, he will have another shot at 8:30 p.m. with the title player qualifier. Really want to see Vidit there in Mumbai. It will be nice to have him there. He's so strong, and haven't seen him play too much chess. He's gotten into AI and vibe coding a bit. Would love to see him in action as well. But let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigasi taken on D4. लग रहा है कि अर्जुन ये गेम मतलब भाई knight C4 आ रहा है, queen B. I mean, how do you even play on in this game then for the next 5 moves?
I mean, it's so hard to play. I think it's also the first game in the whole tournament where Arjun was never worse.
Yeah.
like in every game he was worse but he won. But this बार उसने बोला कि नहीं यार अभी लास्ट राउंड है, अभी मैं अपना प्रॉपर लेवल दिखाऊंगा.
And look at this f5 भाई. एक ढंग का पीस नहीं दूंगा वाइट को basically. There was one good knight, he kicks that away as well. And queen d8 clinical, preparing some sort of attack here as well. Where will the knight go? I don't see a single good square unfortunately.
Exactly.
Knight f6 maybe. Okay, what do we do now? Bishop e3. What a move by
I
the way.
mean,
Opening up
actually,
this.
I have a question. I think the will the h1 rook move before he resigns or not? I think it won't move.
Good question, actually. I'm thinking. I'm picking my brain a little bit. Maybe you're right.
I think
Yeah?
it won't.
It's not
I think
easy.
it won't move. I think it won't move.
Yeah, possible. Definitely possible. By the way, Sankalp is again better, so that's turning out to be interesting. Apurv Kamble has won and is now on 5.5. Okay, I don't think he has a chance though. Already, I think there are enough players. So checking out the game of Pranav. Okay, it's still equal, so let's stick to this one as of now. Top 4 qualifies. Yes, Rishabh. Top 4 qualify to the next round, and that's going to happen tomorrow. So we already have one confirmed player, it seems like. That's Karthikeyan. And a second one who's very, very likely to qualify as well. But let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Arjun,
Oof.
like he's so excited. He's so happy that he's winning. He's so happy. Like Arjun के face पे we can see the excitement, you know. Like
Yeah, उसकी आंखों में दिख रहा है भाई. He's like, you know,
he's
partying
like
inside.
just partying inside. Yeah. Like absolutely delighted. कि यार मजा आ गया. आज तो मैंने क्या खेला है?
And I think it's very interesting. Look at the time. 2.5 minutes versus 6.5 minutes roughly on the clock. This has just been a smooth game by Arjun Erigasi. No counterplay offered whatsoever. White is of course attacking the rook. I mean, I could just play bishop d5 and say, bhai, kahe ka attack. Okay, he just takes it. Also very smart. And yeah,
I think the rook on
attacked.
h1 will not move. It will not move before he resigns. I think वो नहीं होने वाला है.
And the fact that it's a possibility just tells you how bad the position is actually. Maybe it might move if Arjun takes, yeah? Maybe it will move now, Rook d1, I don't know. At some point.
I think the knight. I think I think Arjun is feeling bad that he let the rook move.
Possible. And so Arjun is... Pranav V is crushing Ilam Parthiv. Checking how many points Pranav has. Pranav has 5, so he will go to 6. Oof, Vidit's spot is coming under huge pressure, by the way. It feels like at first glance, he's not going to make it, Vedant. I think that choice might have been incorrect.
Sure. Are you sure Vidit is on 6 out of 9 or he's on 6.5?
Yes, 6, 100%.
6 out of 9. Okay. 6 out of 9.
And by the
I think
Queen F7, yeah.
Oof, this is stressful. Imagine if both Vidit and Ronak don't qualify.
But Ronak will, I think. Ronak, that would be, of course, heartbreaking for both. But that would be like an
that would be
exceptional
so
case,
crazy. That would be so crazy.
True. But I think from Ronak's perspective, I think draw was the good result because you're kind of 95% there without risking anything. So I think, but also for Vidit, he had the black pieces. So very hard to kind of, you know...
criticizing him
very
is
hard
very
to
hard.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. I don't think the rook
by
is
the way,
going to
chat.
move. I think the rook is not going to move. I'm sure.
Come on, Rook, let's go.
I think if Arjun Kalyan was stream sniping, like he would just move the rook at this position and be like, "Haan yaar, chodo. Kam se kam rook to."
Also, I think this a5 move is so nice. आपने attack किया bishop को. If you take it,
this
probably there'll be
queen
some
d5 and
tempo
double
gain.
attack.
Yeah, very hard to play on. Place. भाई यहाँ पे अलग से मतलब थोड़ी पार्टी कर रहे हैं ये लोग किंग साइड पे ब्लैक के ओपोनेंट के हाफ में मतलब ये क्या चल रहा है भाई इन्होंने अलग ही ये कह रहे हैं व्हाइट किंग तो गया हम लोग भाग जाते हैं लेट द व्हाइट किंग स्ट्रगल हम लोग यहाँ से अलग बच जाते हैं भाई वील बी सेफ
सही बात है I mean like if we give white 4 or 5 moves I think even though he still has no chance.
Yeah, By the way, if you can have the leaderboard again, you can see there the difference with it on 6 points. Sankalp Gupta now in 4th place on 5.5 is still playing his game. Arjun also on the 5.5 score, still playing his game. So as of now, only one player confirmed. That is Karthikeyan Murli.
Oh,
Yeah, let's
Arjun
go. By the
won.
way, I think Arjun has won, yeah? Arjun won. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
But okay, but did Arjun win? Like, did the H1 group
Yes.
move or not? That's the main question.
No, he didn't. It did not move. Arjun Kalyan resigned and Arjun Erigesi won. By the way, Pranav has won. Pranav Anand is still playing. And I'm checking the standings. Let's go to the leaderboard. Yeah. So Sankalp Gupta is still playing against Karthikeyan Murli. He's better. And Vidit right now is in 4th place. And the only guy, I think two people can steal his spot. If Sankalp Gupta
Okay.
wins, Vidit goes to 5th place.
Oof. And
Wow.
what happens if he makes a draw? I think it'll be tie breaks, yeah?
No, I think it'll be like tie breaks. Every side will tie break. So whoever wins. But this is neck to neck. Vidit is one spot away from qualifying or getting knocked out. What happens? By the way, Vidit's tiebreak is better than Pranav. So that's where he survives. Arjun is in 3rd place. And with this, I think Ronak has qualified, right? Because only one guy can reach in a 6.5. So Ronak has qualified to 2 confirmed spots at least.
At least. So yes, Ronak, Satwani and Karthikeyan Murli have qualified.
And Arjun also qualified, right? Because you can only have one more on 6.5.
Yes, yes. So Arjun has also qualified. Now Vidit is
Yup.
meditating, of course, because he's so
Why?
stressed.
Vidit is on 4th place, and if Sankalp wins, then he takes over that spot. So let's see. Pranesh did not win. He had a nightmarish tournament. He will get another opportunity at 8:30 p.m. By the way, chat, if you're a title player, you couldn't play this or couldn't have your best event here, we will also have the title player qualifiers at 8:30 p.m. This was the Indian qualifier. That will be the title players qualifier where all title players across the globe can participate. Now, we will not be streaming that event, but you still have a chance to play and make it to the next stage that happens tomorrow. So that's the last opportunity. Meanwhile, Bishop E8 mistake, Karthikeyan Murli fighting back, not giving the game away just yet.
Yeah, but also the unfortunate problem with Karthikeyan Murli is he only has 45 seconds. And you're a pawn down, you have 45 seconds. And also the
Yeah.
problem is once you have won the tournament, once you have qualified, you lose motivation.
Yeah, and there you see it. Top 3 have already qualified, I think. It's just one game on. So last spot ke liye battle ho rahi hai. Final round. Will with Gujarati make it or will somebody steal it right in front of him? Let's see. Let's head back to the game. The crucial game between Karthikeyan Murli and Sankalp Gupta. The tournament leader could decide his next opponents. Yeah, like that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, hypothetically, what would Karthikeyan prefer? Would he want Sankalp in top 4 or would Vidit in top 4?
I think the difference isn't much, especially because he will not end up playing them in the next round. So from Karthikeyan's perspective, maintaining his confidence is priority number 1. So let's hope so he wins, like at least from his perspective. And now with the king on f6, I'm not even sure if he's worse. I think Sankalp has screwed this up a bit, but even with the draw, he will go to 6. So it could still challenge with its spot, I think.
Yeah. You know, this reminds me of a situation which happened a couple of years back. Jahan pe Anish Giri in a certain situation was having a better chance to qualify if he would lose the game because his opponent won.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah. So it reminds me of
very
something
nice.
like that, but okay.
And by the way, Pranav Anand completely winning against Rahul VS. He will also go to 6 points if he wins. So दो लोग विदित के स्पॉट के पीछे लगे हुए हैं. It's all tie breaks at the end.
It's all tie breaks in the end. But I think the biggest problem with Karthikeyan in this position is the time. 26 seconds only. Even though he's very active, his position is nice, but I don't know. He pushes h5, creating a pass pawn, but he wins the p6 pawn. Oh my god.
Bhai, this is nerve-wracking stuff. Absolute fire. Oh, Pranav Anand has won and taken his spot. He has taken over Vidit's spot. He's in 4th place. Vidit Gujarati is officially in 5th place now, and he will not make it to the next stage, at least from the Indian qualifiers.
So
At least that's what I can see on the
Anand
standings.
is in top 4.
Yes, right now. I think we'll of course have to verify the standings, but in general, what I can see right now on my screen is Pranav is 4th and Vidit is 5th. Wow, that draw maybe not the best option. By the way, white is now better. So Karthik and Murli likely, has chances to even win this. Okay, maybe now it's tougher.
Okay, but doesn't matter. He just takes the pawn and he just like.
It's gonna be a draw, yeah?
No, yeah, I think he's just gonna take the pawn and make a draw.
Yeah.
Or do you think he's gonna play for a win? I mean,
He will
it's
try, I mean, of course.
He will try.
Not much to risk, I think, for him here.
Yeah.
Unless he blunders the bishop, I would just keep the bishop far away, bring the king here, and yeah, there it is. So that's a draw, and that means standings may. Oh, Vidit is 6th now. So Pranav Anand is the guy right now in at least in from what I can see in 4th place. Sankalp is 5th and Vidit is 6th. So that draw maybe wasn't the best choice, even though Vidit had the black pieces. Maybe he had to find a way to push. And the top 4 right now seem to be Karthik and Murli, Durrang Sadhwani, Arjun Erigesi, and Pranav Anand.
That is crazy. Oh my god.
Last remaining game, by the way, between Joshnaf Talukdar and Sharnika, who's, by the way, I think she won the under something championship, right?
Both
Recently.
under 10 and under 12 world championship.
Wow. And again, for youngsters, this is a huge opportunity to play against the top players of the country here and learn, even though the tournament might not exactly go their way.
Absolutely. So I think any moment we will have the official standings, jahan pe we will get to know who are the top 4. But I think most likely Pranav Anand has qualified just by a whisker. I think it's good redemption after losing such a painful game against Arjun where he was completely winning. And uske baad he also lost to Karthik and Murli.
Yeah.
But then he still makes it to top 4, shows some great.
Why? Queen H1 is apparently winning because Queen H1
because it's F5
and some
check.
FO she won. Yeah. So that's it, yeah. That was the final game of the India Rising event, and I think it's time to maybe very, very soon look at the standings. But Vedant bhai, how was the event for you? I mean, it was like nerve-wracking stuff.
Absolutely nerve-wracking stuff. I mean, बहुत मजा आया मुझे. Like till the last game, it was not clear who's going to win.
Yeah, agreed. But I think I would love to look at the standings.
I think Pranav Anand has come 5th, not 4th. I just checked the standing. I think he is 5th. I think Vidit came 4th.
Wait, what, really?
I don't know what's the tie break. Yes. I think the tie breaks is the same. Both have 45.5, but I think Vidit probably came 4th. I don't know why. I don't know how. But
okay, what I see on the standings right now is Pranav in 4th. So it will be very interesting to see what the actual, because I think tiebreaks can be different, right, from the actual event to the Chesscom tiebreaks. So we'll know that very, very soon. But regardless, okay, from there it shows a bit different.
Yeah.
So very interesting. We'll have to verify this.
Yes, because they both
Okay.
have the same tiebreaks. They both have
we
the
have
same
the
tie-
winners.
45.5.
Bhai, it is Vidit. It is Vidit
Oh my
who is in
God.
4th place. There is no way.
Oh
Wow.
my god. There is no way. Oh shit. Oh my god.
Wow. This is crazy, man.
So
Vidit is in 4th place.
But one second. I refreshed the page and it's showing Pranav is on the top again. ये chess.com थोड़ा हमारे साथ गेम खेल रहा है.
Wow. I'm confirming this, by the way. But regardless, I think but I think we have. I think it looks like Vidit has won. I'm going to confirm this.
Let's just confirm this one.
वाओ मैन भाई, लेकिन एक चीज़ है वेदांत भाई, आई हैव टू टेल यू वन थिंग, लाइक इतना ब्लंडर्स, इतना लास्ट मिनट में जो फ्लैगिंग हमने देखी, लाइक इट्स इज वेरी रेयर यार, वी हैव नॉट सीन सच फ्लैगिंग एट द टॉप लेवल, सो बड़ा मजा आया देख के. एंड आई थिंक टुमारो इट्स गोना बी लाइक अ शो टू वॉच, बिकॉज जो टॉप 4 है वो यहाँ से आएंगे, टॉप 4 आएंगे टाइटल क्वालिफायर से जो भी 8:30 बजे चालू होने वाला है. एंड देन it's gonna be like उनका आपस में match, the best of the flaggers and the best of the players. I think, I mean, I would say something crazy happening, yeah?
Yeah, and I just saw the standings on my jahan pe it shows Vidit has come 6th. Oh my god, I don't know what is happening.
Yeah. I think I'm waiting for the confirmation. I think I see the winners. Okay, we have the official standings. So, just gonna announce it once. Number 1, we know it's Karthik and Murli. Number 2 is Ron Sadhwani. Number 3 is, of course, Arjun Erigaisi. And number 4 is Vidit Gujarati. So, his draw gamble worked like a charm at the end, but he had us on the edge of our seat. Vidit bhai, aise mat kiya karo yaar. Oh man, okay, that was very close. Very close.
Abhi bhi wo, yeah. If the official standing shows Vidit is 4th, then it's crazy.
Yeah, I think it has some issue there. हमारे team ने बोला है. Sometimes it has some tiebreak issues, but it is official. Vidit is 4th, so that means Vidit has qualified to tomorrow. Arjun has qualified, Ronak and Karthik in, yeah? Nice.
Oh, such a big heartbreak for Pranav. I mean, I think everyone deserves the 4th spot, but
Yup. And iska matlab, this is the end of the Indian qualifiers. Vedant bhai, if you had to summarize it in one word, what would that be?
Mind blowing. मतलब मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आया कि आज क्या हुआ, but it's mind blowing. मजा आ गया
भाई. Yeah. So, chat, summarize the tournament in one word, and meanwhile, I think we're going to be back tomorrow. It's going to be